The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome. Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay. Hey, what's up? Making some last-minute edits and changes here. What's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Welcome. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here, as always. Appreciate the company. Say hi to Bill Squire. He's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs.
Back in the room.
Back on video. Just the way you like it.
Just the way I like it.
Love
That's
it.
right. Well, I am first and foremost a steward of the public airwaves. And so whatever, in whatever form people want to consume this program, it's not up to me. Just give the options. Mary Santora will be joining us momentarily. She's really having a day. She's having a lot of fun.
Wait.
You know where she lives, right?
New York City. That's right. The most devious bastard.
You are the most
York.
devious bastard in New York.
They just wrapped the final season.
I know. What we do in the
shooting,
shadows.
yeah.
Oh.
New York City. That's a show that it has taken me so many tries to watch it, but like I'm just finishing the first season and like gonna be ready for the new season when it comes out.
The first couple seasons I thought were fantastic, and then they kind of lost the thread. But it's still funny. I'll watch Matt Berry read the phone book.
Matt Berry is.
Toast of London.
Yeah, that's another one.
He had a show that only lasted one season called Year of the Rabbit that was awesome.
His stint on IT Crowd was really good.
He's in, what did I just watch that he's in? Oh, he's in Fallout over on Amazon Prime.
Oh, he does a
He's
voice
the robot.
Yeah.
Love Matt Berry. I would love to have Matt Berry on this program. Big fan of his. Mighty Boosh, and there's a great series of sketches. You'd probably find him on YouTube because a lot of his stuff is on BBC and Sky TV and things like that. You can watch A Dark Place on Amazon Prime, but he had this great, I don't remember which one of his sketch shows it was, but a great series of bits where he'd be walking with a girl, right? The girlfriend.
It shows up on my TikTok and my Instagram algorithm all the time, and I watch it every time.
Hitting on a woman, he's walking on the street with her, and as soon as she mentions her boyfriend, just as an aside, he'll throw a bouquet through a car window or something. Just
drop an aquarium.
Yes.
Drop kick a dog.
Yes.
So funny.
A completely hyperbolic reaction. He was in the final season of Curb Your Enthusiasm. He was a screenwriter that runs into Larry, and Larry wants nothing to do with him. But he was in there for a couple of spots, and he always has ridiculous names.
He does.
Steven, this is Clem Fandango. Can you hear me? That kind of stuff, you know. Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango.
Yes, I can hear you, Clem Fandango. And just his voice, because he's British, but he's like extra British with his performance of things.
Yes.
Like he really puts it on in a
very theatrical.
Very theatrical, and I enjoy it quite a bit.
And he's a musician. He's got albums on wherever you stream your stuff. And
New York City.
Right. Anywho, so Mary will join us shortly. I think her train is currently stopped because someone in her car attacked someone else.
Yeah.
And so they were waiting for FDNY to show up.
But back to Matt Berry.
Back to Matt Berry. Listen, this guy
of Community where he is teaching grifting.
Yeah.
And he's got some of the funniest lines. There's one bit he's doing, and he's just talking on the phone, and he's just going, "Good show. Good show. Good show." I haven't seen that show. Okay, I'll talk to you later.
He's great.
Stupid,
yep.
but so funny.
I know nothing about him personally or in real life, and I think that's fantastic.
Oh, yes.
He's just, I could.
Or Baz Ravish.
Baz Ravish. I couldn't tell. When I watched Toast of London, I couldn't tell if the writers were making up those names. It must be a Matt Berry contrivance, all of the weird, strange names.
Oh, no sound from the video on the live stream.
Hold on.
Good show. Good show. What show? I haven't seen that show. All right, all the best.
All the best.
All right,
yeah.
all the best.
Did you see when I want to talk a little bit after the break about the Tom Brady roast, but my favorite point in the evening is when they cut to Joel McHale in the crowd and he's putting his head in his hands. They didn't mention him. He was reacting, I think, to one of Nikki Glazer's jokes, who absolutely murdered last night.
She did.
I hope Nikki
so
Glazer gets all of the attention for her roast last night. She's done them before.
Yeah.
But this Tom Brady thing that they did live on Netflix, I didn't watch it live, but I was kind of looking at it last night.
I was watching it live. I watched the first hour and a half, and there were still so many people to go. And I was like,
I
can't keep going with this. Like, after Segura and Bert did their thing, I kind of like
their PowerPoint presentation.
Which was pretty funny,
Yeah.
but nothing beats what Nikki did. Nikki just destroyed.
Yeah, she was great. Mary will join us briefly. Garth Marenghi's Dark Place. That's the show I was trying to mention, which I believe is on Amazon Prime. And you might have to buy it, but it's worth it, obviously. I've got to take a break this week, today and tomorrow, in fact. My head is full of so many things that I want to get to today between Funny Bus passes, and I think we will have Cavs playoff tickets. Congrats to the Cavs. They start playing the Boston Celtics later in the week. First two games in Boston, yeah? Is that my understanding?
Correct.
Yeah.
Tuesday, Thursday, Boston, I believe.
Saturday they're back at home.
Saturday and Monday are games 3 and 4 in Cleveland.
Yeah. Now, here's what you'll like, is the tickets I will have for you are for when they're here at home.
That's convenient.
So I'll have details for you probably midweek on those. But if you want to join us, we're kicking off Alan Cox Show and I back on the Cleveland Funny Bus, which is a lot of fun. We're doing it every Wednesday in May and June. So the very first one will be this Wednesday night. I'll be your host. Bill and I are alternating weeks hosting for you. But I will have passes for you to join us Wednesday night, today and tomorrow. So I'll have those later on. If you're going to the Everclear show, I'll get you hooked up for that. Cage the Elephant, and, of course, $1,000. Next keyword for you to grab some of that money from the Buzzard bookie is coming up at 2:30.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio
AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search Classic Hard Rock. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
Fun fact, celebrity deaths, like testicles, sometimes come in threes. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
I got more money for you. About 10 minutes. Listen for that next keyword. $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Your last 4 chances to win every day are here on this program. So 5:30 is going to be that last keyword. And then out a couple of minutes early tonight, Guardians baseball starts up. They are hosting the Detroit Tigers tonight, tomorrow, and Wednesday afternoon. So 6:10 is going to be your first pitch tonight. And then same tomorrow. They'll finish with an afternooner before they head to Chicago and play the White Sox. Cavs basketball, that will start back up again tomorrow night. First 2 games against the Celtics. There at the TD Arena in Boston. And when they come home, I will have more tickets for you to get to their second-round game on Saturday. So we'll start talking about that later in the week. But somebody said it was the biggest playoff comeback ever. I don't know if that was true or hearsay or whatever, but it was a big, big deal.
They're down 18 points and came back and won. I don't know if it's ever. Maybe for the Cavs.
Yeah, I had been talking to people who were saying that they kind of dipped in and saw how far behind they were and gave up, figured that was it. But you never want to count your team out. And so I
was pretty discouraged because I was listening to it on my drive home from Nashville yesterday.
Yeah.
Using the iHeartRadio app. And they got down and then fought back at the end of the second quarter, so they were only down 10 at halftime, but they were playing so much better that I was like, okay, they're still in this. And basketball is one of those games where you can be up 20 at the beginning in the first half, and it doesn't mean anything. You can be up 20 in the third quarter, and people will still come back. Like, it's 20-point lead is not safe in the NBA these days because the way they shoot three-pointers and go hot and cold like that.
So Cavs Celtics will start up tomorrow night. You'll hear that on WTAM 1100. You'll get the Guardians here on the Buzzard. We were at a Cinco de Mayo party yesterday, so I had actually forgotten about the game, and then I last night I was like, oh my God, the Cavaliers, and Googled it and saw that they had won. So I was happy about that. But how was the trip back from Nashville?
It was actually pretty eventful. If you go on my Instagram, you may have seen a video. There's a bunch of them where someone's in a bathroom, and there's this red button, and there's a frog that's kind of like looking at you like,
A frog that's looking at you?
Yes, it's like a cartoon frog, and it says, do not push the button. But the frog's face is saying, you're going to want to push this button. And I have seen those videos a few times on TikTok. And then I stopped into this Marathon gas station to get some gas, take a little whiz, get a little caffeine. And I go to the bathroom, and there's one of those buttons. And
I've never seen these before.
I pushed it. And there was 2 people. There's a guy pooping. There's a guy washing his hands. Or no, he was taking a pee, and I was just like, I got to push this button. I got to push this button. So I pushed it.
It says don't push this button.
Go to my Instagram, yeah.
And then you push it.
Yeah.
And
because you'll see how it says,
yeah,
like, don't push this button, but it's telling you you're going to want to push this button.
Okay.
Do you want me to just send it?
No, I'm bringing it up here. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Do not push this red button.
Yeah.
And then you push it, and what happens? The light goes out, or you
just watch.
It's like a disco ball.
If it's a disco ball and starts playing Dancing Queen.
I see.
Yeah.
Wait, so these are who distributes these?
This is
it's a company that puts these in rest stop bathrooms?
It's a chain of convenience stores. You know how like convenience stores will license different gas companies. Like,
Okay.
So like, you know, this is the Hop Stop is what the convenience store is called.
I
They're
see.
Marathon gas stations. And I don't know if this is the only one, but I was so happy to find it, if it is the only one, because it's just like I've seen it on TikTok before, and it just makes me laugh. It's just such a silly thing to do, and just put me in such a good mood for the rest of my drive.
I wonder if the people who were in there before you had already pushed that button, and by the time you got in there, they were really tired of people pushing
No,
the
because
button.
the one guy was in there pooping when I got in there, and I don't think anybody had pushed it yet. And then the other guy, he started laughing when I did it.
But it's
he's
prominently displayed, or you have to know where it is or look for it?
It's like just right there on the wall.
Yeah.
Like you could easily miss it if you're just, going in and out. But I clocked it as soon as I walked in. I was like, oh, I'm pushing that button after I go pee.
Gotcha.
Because I mean, you can't not push the button.
I wonder what the inspiration for this was. I wonder at what point this company goes, what would be fun is disco ball and red light in public bathrooms.
I think it's just such a silly idea, but it's going to make people seek out those rest stops or those truck stops.
Don't you think there's a part of it where they're like, this is how we're going to lure people back into having sex in public restrooms? Maybe that's been a fallow period there for a while.
That's what they're.
You think that's what it is?
Yes.
They're trying to set the mood. They're like, remember the wide stance? Remember Larry Craig at the Minneapolis airport?
Now it's the dancing queen button.
Yes. You
hit the frog button. I know what that means.
Uh-huh.
Meet me in the.
Yeah, but
maybe that guy wasn't. Maybe that guy wasn't pooping. Maybe he was just hanging out in the stall waiting for somebody to push the button and jump in there with him.
Ribbit for his pleasure.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm not familiar with that at all until just now.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
All right. Now, is there like a refractory period, or can you push it when it's done? Can you just push it again and it does it again?
I don't know, because I pushed it and it was still going when I walked out.
I see.
I was still trying to make good time.
Yeah, of course.
But it was funny. And it's just like a silly, dumb thing that they have.
But the weekend in Nashville was good?
Nashville was great.
I know you went to the Parthenon.
Went to the Parthenon
and all that.
Friday. Saturday, hung out with Chad. And Sternick, I had mentioned, was down there, so he hung out. It's funny. Friday night after the show, I was hanging out with Sternick and this other comic.
Brian Sternick, who's a funny
Brian
guy.
Sternick, who formerly of the Funny Bus, comedian around in Cleveland. He's starting to get on the road a little bit. And we went back and we were hanging out at the condo, and we were watching this dude's like 25 years old. His name's Ven. He's originally from San Francisco, lives in L.A. now.
This is the guy who was with you.
This is another guy that was with us.
Yeah.
And he had never seen or heard of Cops.
Mm-hmm.
And so I turned on Cops, and it was blowing his mind because he's like,
how had he never heard of it?
He's Indian,
Yeah.
so I imagine.
But he's been here. I mean, he lives in L.A.
He lives in L.A., but he's Indian and he's 24 years old, and I imagine at his house they were watching things that are more
right. And I guess if you don't know to look for it, you're not going to find it.
And he probably grew up in an age where they didn't have cable, so you're not going to find it really on Netflix or anything like that.
Right.
So he had never heard of it, and we were watching it, and like the first time there was a guy, like the cop goes, "What's that in your pocket?" And the guy looks at the cop, and then he just like takes off. He's like, "Hey, run!" I'm like, "That's why we watch the show, man." That's why we watch. The whole reason we watch the show is because we're waiting for somebody to take off or just get silly with the cops or just have like hilarious interactions. And these didn't disappoint. These were like newer episodes.
Yeah, I think Cops has been relegated to all the free streaming services now.
This was on like Fox Business or
yeah,
whatever.
like Fox Nation has it.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
sure,
what it was, Fox
I'm sure
Nation,
Fox beats the hell out of it. Like,
Yeah.
TBS shows Friends reruns. People watching Fox probably watch Cops with one hand down their pants. But
it was fun to watch with him. And I just wish they would have like old 80s and 90s episodes. Because these were all like from the 2000s.
Yeah.
Like 2015, 2016 or so is what it seemed like. But I want this kid to see some like 80s and 90s Cops and see what it was really
some
all
OG
about.
Cops. Yeah.
See how different it was and just how over the top. Like, I mean, it was just it's one of those shows that just pulls you in. We watched like 4 episodes before I even realized we had not just watched one episode.
Down, okay? It's gonna take a little bit of time.
People don't care about me, Weston.
They care about you.
I want to go see my dad. He's in heaven. I want to go to him.
I don't think your dad wants to see you come to heaven this way.
Yeah, that's him. That's who I thought it was. I've known him since we were kids.
One of the Pittsburgh episodes of Cops, one of my favorites.
Nice to talk to you.
Hey, you know that. They want to yell up to him.
Hey, Mary Lou's on the way down, okay?
Mary Lou's on the way down. Charles, get down off of there. Guy's up on a bridge. He's on the Clementi Bridge there in Pittsburgh, right by PNC Park. It wasn't PNC Park back then, but
I wouldn't lie to you.
I known you since high school, Charles. We went to Blawnox together. Snow Rock. And then the girlfriend shows up. She's trying to talk some sense into her.
Charles, please! Charles, come on down, please! Come talk to me! Charles! Charles!
Look, it's real wide up there, so when he disappears, he's still okay. All right?
Charles! Charles, I can't hear you!
I'm bothering him, Meredith. I'm talking to him.
Charles, please come down off of there. Just come on down. Charles! Charles,
Who was
just
the- what's the
come
name of the
on
girl?
down. Mary Lou's coming down. She's going to tell you all about it. Oh, no. You want to see a Steelers play again, don't you? Don't jump. Oh, right into the lawn. You're gonna wash up near Sewickley or something. I got money for you. It's $1,000, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. You got 4 of these this afternoon. So I hope you win. Listen closely, and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Fun. That's fun. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
All right, couple more zany stories down in Nashville, if you don't mind.
I don't mind.
Well,
first off, people want to know if you pushed the button before or after you washed your hands.
I pushed it after. But then I have hand sanitizer because I know it's going to be gross.
Okay. By the way, people are devotion accuracy. The Cavaliers staged the biggest comeback in a Game 7 playoff game.
Okay, there we go.
NBA history. There
All
you
right,
go.
there
Went
it
to
is.
Game 7, came from 18 points behind. We now return you to Nashville, Tennessee, already in progress.
So I was in Nashville doing comedy, having some great shows, hanging out with Chad Daniels, and Saturday at the early show, there was someone that checked all, basically was me, but not me. He was
in the audience,
ex-Mormon,
mm-hmm.
has a son that's trans,
mm-hmm.
and has a beard.
Mm-hmm.
What else am I other than that?
I don't.
And
did he recently get a haircut?
I didn't. He was wearing a hat, so I didn't know.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But
Then he's bald.
But it was cool. He was there with his son, and they came up and we talked after the show, and so that was just a really cool moment because I don't tell that story very often when I'm doing stand-up anymore because it's part of an old special. But I was just like, I'm gonna do it tonight,
sure,
just to see how it goes. And I always like to see how bits like that, where I talk about transgender people in a positive way in a place like Nashville, where it's probably a very divisive topic. I want to see how it goes over with them, and it went really well. And then,
if it's going to win anywhere in Tennessee, it might be Nashville.
Well, Nashville, especially at a comedy club
Yeah.
with, Chad Daniels fans, because they're all, on more
super woke,
more liberal than anything than conservative.
Even though he's not, you know what I mean?
Well,
they're
kind of right down the middle.
Yeah, right.
They're very reasonable people.
Yeah.
Like they're not the people that are like, even if they are conservative, they're not the ones that are like trying to ban drag queens and stuff
Right,
like that.
Pride
They
Festival.
understand that kind of thing is a little over the top and performative. And so I got to meet this guy and his son and talk with them, and that was very cool. And then just a bunch of customers came out to that show too.
Oh, really?
So
cool.
Saturday early show. I was like, I'm from Cleveland. and they just start cheering, Alan Cox Show. And I was like, oh, it's working. They're hearing us.
Well, we got about a dozen bureau chiefs in Nashville.
Yeah, there's quite a few. So that was pretty cool to have them come out, and they talked to me after the show, and it was a great weekend.
Yeah.
And this weekend, Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh. Oh, no.
But
Bill's coming down.
Those are the Don't Tell shows, so you just got to go to the Don't Tell comedy website for Thursday and
But at some point, they will tell you.
Yes, they will tell you eventually. But if Thursday and Friday, I'll be doing those shows in Pittsburgh and broadcasting from Pittsburgh again.
So the Tom Brady roast, this aired on Netflix. This was live. I didn't watch it live, but how long was it?
I don't know how long it was. I just know it was going well over 2 hours.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I'm going to probably look it up and see what.
So Kevin Hart hosts this, and it was Segura, and it was Bert Kreischer, and a lot, I kind of zipped through when a lot of, like, his former teammates were up there.
Yeah.
Because they're just trying to read jokes, and it was a little painful. Julian Edelman, and they had Drew Bledsoe up there.
Drew Bledsoe actually did pretty.
Yeah.
As far as the players go, I feel like Drew Bledsoe had the best showing of the ones that I saw. I didn't see everybody, like I said.
Belichick did okay.
Belichick, he was so nervous, but it was almost kind of adorable because he's such a stoic person and so in control when he is coaching or doing anything football related. But then to see him get up there and do that and see him kind of be like, oh,
very out of his element.
Yeah, but he did good. He did a good job.
What everybody's laser focused on is the one joke that apparently, when they have these roasts, they'll go to the person being roasted and they'll say, is there anything you don't want us to talk about? And a lot of times they'll say, no, have fun. Other times there might be a sensitive subject that they really don't want, a sensitive subject involving other people in their lives, and they don't want. So apparently Tom Brady didn't say anything like that. Anybody who recalls the roast of Bob Saget, all he told the producers was, I don't want there to be, you can say whatever you want about me. I don't want there to be jokes about the Olsen twins. Because he was with them on Full House, didn't want to subject them to that because it's a roast of Bob Saget, not of the Olsen twins. Flash forward to Gilbert Gottfried, who goes right out there and makes an Olsen twins joke because that's what Gilbert would do. Yeah. But apparently they said that Tom Brady said he wanted any Robert Kraft jokes, and Jeff Ross made a Robert. It was a very
and then he goes over and goes, don't say that crap again.
It was very Will Smith and Chris Rock. Tom Brady starts laughing and then gets up because Robert Kraft, who's the owner of the Patriots, and about a year or so ago got scooped up in this whole, getting HJs in massage parlors. They got him on film, but he's a really rich guy, so it got kind of taken care of. But Tom Brady walked over and audibly told Jeff Ross don't say that shrimp again.
So Tom became a Patriot, moved up to New England, and on the first day of training camp, that scrawny rookie famously walked into the owner, Robert Kraft's office, and said, I'm the best decision your organization has ever made. Would you like a massage? I love Robert Kraft. I love
that again.
Okay. He's having fun. Look at him.
Mm-hmm. So it was here's.
It was 3 hour roast.
3 hour roast.
3
there
hours.
You go. Kevin Hart and
Kevin Hart did not move it along very much because anytime it went back to him, I feel like he did 5 or 6 more minutes.
Right.
Where he was just not even telling jokes, but just being Kevin Hart.
And he was getting up and running around when other people would make jokes too. So he's kind of doing that old Def Jam thing.
Ron Burgundy, the only member of the media.
Ron Burgundy was
fun. Will Ferrell comes out as Ron Burgundy.
Ron Burgundy was fun. I haven't watched Peyton's yet. I'll probably watch the rest of it tonight. But it was just.
I got some Peyton Manning for you.
It is great to be here with a bunch of people sitting around talking smack about Tom Brady, or as we call that in the Manning family, Thanksgiving. One thing that Tom and I definitely have in common, though, is our love of the game of golf. And listen, not to brag, we're both pretty good players. My handicap is a 6.4, while Tom's handicap is blowing leads in the Super Bowl to my brother Eli.
He had some good lines. I mean, Peyton Manning's got some good timing.
My buddy Mike Lawrence writes for a lot of these, and he posts about it and just how much work goes into it.
Yeah, our buddy Jesse Joyce writes for him, too.
Yeah, so... And just, he's like, that was maybe 5% of the jokes that we wrote. Because they write, the comics will write more of their jokes. Like, I imagine Nikki wrote a lot of jokes, but she still had some people helping her. But then the football players aren't really writing the jokes. for sure. The
Oh,
celebrities
right,
aren't.
yeah. Well, because the jokes were like Rob Gronkowski's stupid and
Yeah.
Tom Brady's hot, and
Tom also lost $30 million in crypto. Tom, how did you fall for that? I mean, even Gronk was like, me know that not real money. Like,
That's like one of the only jokes of hers I can play for you
Yeah.
because I didn't want to spend all morning editing, but man, it was funny.
Yeah, she's
like, my
crushed.
boyfriend, she wrapped up by saying, my boyfriend is here and he's the love of my life. We've been together for a while, and I would shoot him in the face for a lottery ticket and a chance to sign Tom Brady's document. Kim Kardashian comes out and they boo her.
They
I'm
booed
like,
her for a long time.
well, I don't know why. She
What do
has
you
been
mean?
because she has been. This is not Kim Kardashian from 15 years ago.
This is not.
Kim Kardashian is like so integrated into pop culture and celebrity now. I don't understand why that crowd would boo her. Like, she's probably friends with half of them. I don't understand it. I thought it was very strange. And she takes it in stride because whatever, right? She's.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Well, thank you. I know a lot of people make fun of your height.
Oh, God.
All right.
It's not like she's a football wag. That would be different, right? She's not, though. It's not like Kanye played for the Patriots.
Right, but Reggie Bush, but she's just so culturally known.
Yeah.
And these are people that don't like that. Wait,
But
go
I
back
do
on
know
that.
it would never work out. All right. All
Whoa,
right.
whoa, 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 whoa,
All right.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
Speaking of Tom and I dating, I know there were some rumors that we were, and I'd never say if we did or not. I just released the tape.
Yeah, they went in on Giselle dating her jujitsu instructor.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why I was
That
so
was a
surprised
lot
at
of
the
that.
Kraft. Why get
Yeah.
up for Robert Kraft? They were going in on and one of Nikki Glazer's jokes was Tom Brady is so disciplined. He's got this diet program, and if you follow, look at him. If you follow his diet program, you will lose so many family. She's like, you'll lose your whole family. But it was, and then they had like Tony Hinchcliffe and Andrew Schultz, who I know those guys are in a different orbit. I know they have their fans. I don't think those guys are funny, but and I think a lot of people in that room didn't know who they were. There's a lot of this like wink, wink, look how edgy I am. There was a lot of like retard and fag and that kind of stuff, and I'm like, man, that's just not for me.
Mm-hmm.
But whatever. That's part of the mix there, But it was all in all, I thought it was a pretty funny roast.
Schultz's hair is just so distracting to me.
Well, he's got like this lightning bolt cut that 8-year-old kids have when they chop their mullet off and they want something cool. It was okay. I mean, I think it was worth watching. Here's a little bit of Bill Belichick.
Ron Burgundy, the only member of the media I respect. The fellas invited me up here to lighten up the mood a little bit tonight. A lot of mean things being said about Tom tonight. I wonder why they invited me. Really, Tom, why are all these people so hard on you? Do you miss me? A lot of people connected me with a saying called do your job and telling people to do their job. And Gronk, I've been watching you on Fox NFL Sunday, and I'm begging you, please, stop doing your job.
Oh, boy. Tom Brady got one off on Kim Kardashian.
Thank you so much, Kevin.
Oop, not that one.
Kim Kardashian, thank you so much for being here. I know Kim was terrified to be here tonight, not because of this, but because her kids are home with their dad.
It would be weird. Those roasts, you have to be you almost have to go out of your own body because just everybody's making fun of you, and they're supposed to be funny, obviously, in this comic, especially comedians making fun of each other, like, ha, ha, ha. But, you're up there with former teammates. And he's making comments like, yeah, it's tough when you're traded to other teams because you're living in Denver or you might be living in San Francisco. But you guys are always living in my shadow.
That's a good joke.
Yeah, it's a good joke. I got a break. Anyway, that Tom Brady roast is over on Netflix. I'm going to break here. If you want to send me a text, 35192. Want to go see Everclear? They are going out on the road with Marcy Playground and Jimmy's Chicken Shack. They're going to do a show mid-October, right around the corner here at the House of Blues. If you're an Everclear fan or either of those bands, I will have the first pair of tickets for you after the break.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio.
shooting and socializing at this women's-only event. Entree and glass of beer or wine is included at a local winery. Girls' night out at Engage Virtual Range, 5035 Beach Road in Medina. Learn more at engagevirtualrange.com.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, I want to go see Everclear. They're on the road with special guest Marcy Playground and Jimmy's Chicken Shack. You're going to party like it's 1998. It is Wednesday, October 16th, right around the corner here at the House of Blues. Ticketmaster.com has the details for you. Everclear, Marcy Playground, and Jimmy's Chicken Shack. Come and get them. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's looking for people who like to laugh.
How you doing?
Just so he can see their disappointment.
Aww.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
I hear a voice in your room when I'm alone at night.
Everclear dropped a new song a few months back called Sing Away.
It reminds me of your laughter.
So we got those power chords. Art Alexakis, whatever you think of him, he has a very distinctive voice. And I think he's probably mellowed some. I'm sure we both have. Sing Away is the new Everclear thing. Mary Santora's back on the show.
Hey, what up, guys?
Oh, what a day, what a day. What a day.
Should I just jump right into it?
I would like you to jump right into it. Yes, I'd like you to avail everyone of, your situation so far.
Why you bugging?
Well, it's not even me. I'm not even having
I know,
a bad day.
I know.
On the train, on the way to work, first of all, I got all the way to the train, realized I forgot my work badge. Had to turn around, walk 15 minutes home, get the work badge, come back. So now I'm like already frustrated and going to be right up against it. We get to Queensboro Plaza is the last stop in Queens before you get into Manhattan. There's only 2 trains that stop there. The N or W, which is the one that I'm on, and then the 7, which goes to a different part of Queens. So we stop there, and we hear some screaming, which is not abnormal. People are screaming and fighting all the time. We hear some screaming, and then we see this lady, like, lunge onto our car, our subway car. And there's a person that she kept referring to as a boy trying to be a girl. I don't know if it was actually a trans woman. I think it was just a gay guy. But this person is going off, like screaming at her, clawing at her, trying to get on the train. She attacked me, then like just hurling expletives, like, you're letting her get away, this dumb bitch. Like, just
So they're both on your car at this point?
No,
okay.
just the lady is on my car.
Gotcha.
But the guy is trying to get onto the car, screaming at her, grabbing at her, trying to pull her backpack off of her. And so MTA workers are like trying to restrain this guy. And the lady's like surprisingly chill. Like, she's not really screaming. She's not yelling. She's kind of like kicking him off of her. And everyone is like, what the hell is going on?
Did it seem like she knew him?
No.
Okay.
Not at all. It seemed like...
Maybe this wasn't her first rodeo.
Well, we'll get there. So she's on the train, and the MTA workers are trying to like get this, because they're fighting literally in the door. So the doors keep trying to close on them, and the doors can't close because there's people there. But the conductor of the MTA is like way at the front of the thing. So they just keep saying like, step out of the way so the doors can close, not realizing there's like a literal fist fight going on in the doors. So they finally get this guy off of her and like are literally dragging him across the platform. The doors close. He punches one of the MTA guys in the face and then tries to jump between the moving cars of the subway.
Sweet.
So he falls everyone starts screaming because, like, we're afraid this guy's going to get sucked underneath the subway and cut in half or whatever. So now there's, like, a panic, and everyone's screaming, and everyone on the platform is screaming, and this guy is now, like, screaming in agony because there's 2 subway cars, and in between them is, like, a very narrow little platform that you can walk from one car to the other if you have to. Like, if, people need to work on it, or if the MTA guy needs to get from one to the other, or, if there's a disturbance and you need to get people off of one car. So this person...
I have a clip of the guy, Bill. If you
on emergency.
Help me, please. I crashed my flying machine.
Was it anything like that?
This is his arms were his flying machine.
Yeah, all right.
So this guy... is now, his face is all bloody, his legs are all messed up because he's screaming and everybody's screaming and the MTA workers like trying to pull him back off of the middle of the train as our train was moving. They slam on the brakes, obviously, and now nobody knows. We're like, did he die? Is he trapped under the train? Like, no one knows what's happening. And then, meanwhile, the lady is still on our train. The lady who was like in this fight with him is just standing there, like. And
she's still got places to be.
So I sent you the video. I started recording just myself as she was explaining what happened and what led up to this. I don't know if you're going to play it or you just want me to
Are there
summarize
expletives?
it.
Yeah, just give me the summary of it.
So essentially she was saying that she was on the 7 train, the other train, and this person that she kept referring to as a guy who's trying to be a woman. This guy, she said that he dropped something. She pointed out that he dropped something and he freaked out on her and started screaming at every woman, calling them bitches and every name in the book. And then he just like escalated and started kicking the glass of the subway door.
It must be fun for MTA to try to decipher what all of these psychopaths are complaining about and trying to,
So then she said that he started like breaking the glass with his feet on the 7 train on the subway door. And was like causing problems for everybody on the train.
That's how he was trying to be a woman, Mary, breaking the glass ceiling.
Obviously. See, I didn't think that. So her story is I didn't do anything. He went crazy, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
So she said she went to get off the train, the 7 train, to switch to the end, the one that I'm on. And she like pushed past him and he thought that was her assaulting him. So he followed her and was, like, attacking her and, like, talking smack and trying to hit her and grab her and pull her off the train and all this stuff. So her story is very much, I didn't do anything, this person went crazy. And then he's still fighting with the MTA people, whatever. And then they stop the train. They open up the door. Not all the doors because this guy's still screaming and trying to get in there. But this lady, when they open the doors, because they're like, okay, it's going to be stopped for a while. If you want to get off and try to do whatever you need to do, you can do that. But this lady goes on her speakerphone, on her phone. I don't know if she calls her husband or her boyfriend or what. And she goes, hey, I'm about to be arrested again. And, like, that's exactly how she said it. Like, no, I can't believe I was just attacked on the subway. Like, no panic in her voice. She wasn't really worked up. She was just like...
Yeah, not her first rodeo.
She was just like, hey, I'm about to be arrested again.
It's a Monday again.
Yeah, and the guy she's talking to, just as chill. He was like, all right, what happened? And she's like, I'm on the subway. I got in an altercation. I'm about to go talk with the cops now. And so, like, and he's like, all right, well, just let me know where to pick you up. I could not believe that, 1, she was having that conversation on speakerphone, and 2, this has to be a regular occurrence for her.
Right.
Right? Like, for her to just call in the first sentence and be like, hey, I'm about to be arrested again.
But if she said she didn't do anything, why did she make that call?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm thinking, and the way she kept referring to him as a boy trying to be a girl, I'm like, there was probably some hate speech thrown around. Just based on that. I'm like, she was probably saying some choice words that this person didn't like. Because they didn't seem like, obviously they're screaming and emotional and trying to attack her. But I don't know that she was as innocent as she was making it out to be.
Right.
Saying like, oh, this person just went crazy and was calling me all these names and blah, blah, blah. I'm like, I would assume there were probably an exchange of names being called.
Well, there's always somebody in a situation like that where the cops show up. They're like, oh, what? I didn't do nothing. What?
Right.
This just happened out of thin air.
Exactly. And that was very much her story. Everything was fine until it wasn't. And then this person went psychotic. So we have to wait there And here's where I'm frustrated because they're like, oh, the New York subway system is going to have the Coast Guard or whatever, National Guard there. There's nobody.
The Coast Guard.
There's nobody. There's nobody there to help. It took the fire department showed up after 10 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
And, dude, the sirens were going off. Like, they're calling over the PA system of the train station. Not just on the train station. Help, we need cops. We need cops to the Queensboro end. We need cops. And, like, nothing's happening. 10 minutes is a really long time. Like, for these MTA workers who, by the way, weren't even the ones, like, driving the train. These people came out of, like, the tunnels. They're in, like, construction gear. They had hard hats on.
They're the Morlocks.
And, they had on hard hats and, like, bright orange reflective vests. So I'm like, this is not these people's job. Like, these look like mechanics of some sort. Or, you know, like I said, they're doing some sort of construction. And they're the ones who are just trying to maintain this guy. And until
because they have wrenches. So they're like, hey, get over here. And they're wearing hard hats. All because you didn't bring your key card.
I didn't bring my key
for
card
work.
to get into the building. So I was like, and I'm thinking that we're stopped on the train. We have to wait for the police. They have to file reports. They have to do all this crap. But it's, you know, all the proceedings, how they have to be done. And, and I was thinking about that where I was like, had I not forgot my badge today, none of this would have been my problem. I wouldn't have realized any of this. I wouldn't have witnessed any of it. I wasn't, like, scared. The only thing that was a little bit scary is that I was like, either of these people might have a gun. Like, at any point, this could turn into a shooting.
Sure.
That's what was kind of scary. I didn't feel, like, threatened. They didn't bring it onto the car and were pulling other people into it or anything like that.
It's like when we had little Herb out in front of the
in
the window in the front studio. Oh, little Herb.
But yeah,
Hope he's okay.
Hope you're doing well, bud.
That's why I'm 3 hours.
So then it kind of de-escalated and everything went back to normal.
Well, so we were sitting on the tracks for, honestly, dude, it seemed like forever. It was probably close to an hour, maybe 45 minutes that we're just sitting there because they're waiting for the cops to come and they're waiting for this person to be escorted away from, and then the lady is like coming out like, yeah, I'm part of the problem or whatever. And like, so we're sitting there and the vibe on the train from the other passengers was very much like, is this specific train going to move again or not? Because if it's not, I need to go. Everyone on the train was just inconvenienced. Nobody seemed scared or put off. People wanted to know the drama.
They just got to get where they're going.
That's exactly what it was. Everybody was just annoyed. Where they're like, great, now the rest of the day, the N and the W train are going to be screwed up for everybody. Like, because these two people had a problem. So now everybody for the next however long is going to be running an hour behind schedule. So that was like, yeah, nobody really cared on the train. And there was this one lady who kept, like, scolding the woman who was claiming to be attacked. And she was like, why are you making this everybody's problem? Like, why did you have to get on this train? So I don't know where that woman had to go, but she was very put off.
Why couldn't you think of us?
Yes.
The other commuters.
Very put off by the fact that this woman jumped to, quote, safety on our car.
Yeah, because all it takes is one thing like that and everybody's late.
Everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, we sat there for, I don't even know how long, an hour maybe? We sat there the entire time, 45 minutes. And, but that vibe from everybody on the train was very much like, what an inconvenience. Like, why is this happening to me? And
so do people start making friends on the train because you're grousing to the person next to you? And somebody else is complaining to you, and you're like, I know, right? I mean, where are you trying to go?
It was a lot of mumbling and like, come on, like what the hell, you know? And pretty much nobody felt bad for either person. Nobody like really was concerned. I wanted to know what really happened, to be honest. I wanted to listen to the guy who was screaming at the top of his lungs and trying to jump between train cars.
Right.
Because I'm like, you don't have that kind of a reaction if nobody did anything to you. You know what I mean?
Well, maybe he's prone to hyperbole. Maybe it takes very little to get him jumping between trains.
Maybe, and then I'm like, every time something like this, I'm like, 9 million people lived here.
Yeah.
That's so much. Yes, there's going to be crazies. There's going to be people
it's a little drop in the bucket.
There's going to be someone, maybe this is the worst day of that guy's life, and then this all happened with this woman.
Now imagine, since we're playing sliding doors, you know, we're goofing around and we're going, because you left your badge. What if you had remembered your badge, but on that train, something serious popped off?
Fate.
See?
Intervened.
Might have been. Maybe someone got shot on that train.
Yeah.
But
Never,
yeah.
I mean, you probably would have heard about that too. But
You would think, or the next train would
I think
have come.
word
There
gets
probably
around.
would've been, the train parade would have been stopped too.
Yes. It would have been a delay and a police scene and everything. But yeah, so that's how I was annoyed at myself this morning because I'm walking and I get all the way to the train. I'm like, God damn it. Because I don't live close. It's like just under a mile. It's like a 15-minute walk. So then I got to turn around and come back. And then I realized once I get on the train, I'm like, oh, I'm not having the worst day in New York today because I had to get a couple thousand extra steps in. Yeah, so I don't know the full story, but that's basically what it was. This lady claims.
So was she eventually arrested?
I don't know. We eventually started moving before any of it got sorted out because it was like the MTA workers were restraining this guy.
Just pull him on the platform and the train starts moving.
Well, they had to pull him off of the tracks essentially from in between the cars.
Yeah. And
then he's screaming in agony and it's just a mess. Assaulted one of them, punched him before he jumped, and so then the fire department got there first after like 10 minutes, and then we had to wait because the fire department's not. I'm assuming maybe they came in like an ambulance, but they were in full like FDNY getup with the helmets and the coats and all of it, and then we had to
funny
wait.
they just unloaded the hose on the guy to get him off the tracks. You know, like they're power washing near the train.
Yeah.
Come on, buddy, come on.
Well, but then we had to wait for the police to get there.
Yep.
So I was like, why send the fire department at all?
Protocol, probably.
Here, but I don't understand that. If they're going to get here and then nothing can be done until the police get there anyway.
Well, because I think fire is like EMT if there's something else going on and then cops show up to kind of finish it up. I think they call fire for anything that goes on like that in the subways.
Yeah.
Unless it's something that very clearly MTA can handle. I think something of that nature, there's a guy on the tracks. I think that's when they call in fire department because a lot of that is EMT. So like, oh, we don't know if this guy's dead or not. You know, obviously he was screaming.
He was bleeding.
Yeah, bleeding and screaming. And
yeah. Well, that was really the only time during the interaction that I was scared was when because the lady's on our car, right? So he's screaming at her outside of our window, right? But I'm sitting directly next to the window that he's screaming at. So I watch him hurl himself in between the subway cars, and I'm like, oh my God, I just watched someone die.
Wow.
Like, and then, everyone starts screaming, and then the car screeches, and then he's screaming. Like, that was probably the scariest part. Like, and I even asked the lady in front of me, like, I covered my eyes. Like, instinctively, the first thing I did when I watched him jump is I covered my eyes, and everybody's screaming, and I just go, did he die? Did he die? Is he dead? Did he die?
you got to pop your New York cherry, man. You got to see somebody get killed. Oh.
But the lady was like an older lady. She goes, I don't think he's dead. I don't think he's dead. She's like, he's bleeding, but I don't think he's dead. So I like pulled my hands off my eyes, and I like looked over, and he's still screaming, and his face is all messed up. But
try that in a small town, somebody said.
Yeah, you literally couldn't.
Yeah. Wow, what a day.
What a morning.
Nice little relaxing commute into work.
Right. Then you got spots tonight, or you got to go? You just going back home?
No, I don't have spots tonight.
Yeah.
I've dedicated the next couple days. I have my script I have to work on and a writing packet I have to work on. So those are like, it actually kind of worked out that I don't have spots until Thursday. So I'm like, these next 3 days I have other stuff to do. I need to focus on these other endeavors. But yeah. And what's really funny, because I thought about that. I'm texting Brian, and he's like, oh, it'd be, as long as you're safe, you could talk about it on stage. I'm like, I don't know that New York audiences would care about this.
No.
Yeah, that's like, it's a fun story for the radio, but yeah.
They all have a story like that.
Yeah.
They'll just one up you.
Yeah. This happens every single day. Like,
the guy in my train actually did die, so thank you very much.
I saw Mom throw a baby in front of the train. This is nothing.
Exactly, yeah.
And the baby was calling her the N-word the whole time. Like, it was just like...
It was a gay baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's why I'm late. And
wow.
The day that I...
Well, if you got to be late, boy, that's a good it's a good interaction.
Good reason for it.
Yeah. They're called fire and rescue for a reason. The person was on the tracks.
Yeah, it wasn't fully on the tracks because the train was on the tracks. And I couldn't see it exactly. I saw him hit the MTA worker and then lunge to jump between the cars.
Right.
But then you don't see anything. Then I literally thought, oh, he fell beneath the car and got run over, and now he's in 2 pieces. And that's when I covered my eyes and started, did he die? Did he die? Is he dead? Did he die?
Is there blood in the tracks?
Yeah.
Is it a Bob Dylan thing?
But I'm guessing, I don't know how that part panned out. My eyes were closed. So I don't know if they grabbed him and pulled him back or.
Oh, you missed the best part.
Dude, I'm not going to see someone die. Like the fact
I mean,
that
you
was,
eventually will. So, I mean, you might as well just gotten it out of the way.
that was my instinct was, don't let yourself see this. Like, because that's something you can't. You see someone sawed in half by a subway car? No,
Well, not sawed. They're pretty much just a clean cut, right? Yeah, I know. Bisected by a train.
Yeah, that's something you don't unsee. So, yeah.
Hey, you guys need help? I'll grab the arms, you grab the legs.
Yeah.
I'm going to break here. Hey, Cleveland Funny Bus. We're going back. Love the Cleveland Funny Bus. Tour guides, 90-minute run through Cleveland. Very funny comedians, your tour guides. Bill and I are your hosts on alternating Wednesdays. Every Wednesday in May and June, I'll be your host for the first one this Wednesday night. So I'll have a couple of passes for you to join us on the Cleveland Funny Bus. You can go to funnybus.net and get the rundown of the whole thing. But we'll come back, and I will have passes for you to join us this Wednesday night, and then 3:30 is another $1,000 at next keyword to grab you $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Mostly cloudy today with highs in the upper 60s. We'll see gradual clearing tonight. Lows will drop into the 50s. Tuesday, mostly sunny with a chance of showers and storms and highs in the upper 70s.
This report is sponsored by Ken Ganley Auto Group.
Hey, Mackenzie here. We've got the inventory and we're making deals at Ken Ganley, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer. Shop over 10,000 new and used vehicles online at KenGanleyAuto.com. Ken Ganley, we drive Ohio.
Don't sweat a swing and a miss thanks to insurance tokens from BetMGM. Add an MLB wager to your bet slip and activate your bet insurance token. If your bet with the token applied doesn't hit, you'll get your stake back in bonus bets up to a specified maximum amount. That's another chance to step up to the plate and bet on the action out there on the diamond. Baseball is America's national pastime, and BetMGM's favorite pastime is making the sport even more amazing for fans. Whether you want to bet on a no-run first inning, try a signature bet, or take a home run prop, BetMGM has a loaded lineup for all 9 innings all season long. Go to your BetMGM account today to claim your bet insurance token and get your stake back in bonus bets if your MLB wager using the token doesn't win. Only at BetMGM, the king of sportsbooks and official sports betting partner of MLB. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. 21 plus and present in Ohio. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER in partnership with MGM Northfield Park.
Hey, it's Dan Stoner from Hemmings, the world's largest collector car marketplace. Musclepalooza, America's celebration of vintage and modern muscle cars, is back and bigger than ever. Join us May 11th at Dragway 42 in West Salem, Ohio for top speed drag racing with payouts, professionally judged car shows with awards, plus kids 12 and under get in free. Whether you're bringing the family or the horsepower, we'll see you at Dragway 42 on May 11th. Tickets on sale at hemmings.com/musclepalooza.
Spring into clean with Coit. Save 30% on everything Coit cleans. And Coit cleans everything. Air ducts, carpet, upholstery, area rugs, blinds and draperies, tile and grout too. Get the confidence of Coit's no-risk guarantee. Plus, join the new Coit Loyal program for free. Get up to $100 in Coit cash to spend. And more. For details and 30% savings, call 1-800-4COIT or online at Coit.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Protect your dream home with American Family Insurance. And you can weather any storm. You'll also save up to 25% by bundling home, auto, and life. American Family Insurance. Get a quote. Find an agent at amfam.com.
Products not available in every state. Discounts may not apply to all coverages on an auto or home policy. Discounts do not apply to life insurance policies. Visit amfam.com to learn how discounts may apply to you. American Family Mutual Insurance Company, SI, and its operating companies, American Family Life Insurance Company, 6000 American Parkway, Madison, Wisconsin.
Looking to save on your internet bill? Spectrum has designed affordable internet offers just for you.
You came to the right place. Spectrum has an affordable internet offer for eligible families. And you could save a ton with the Spectrum Internet 2-year price guarantee.
Switch to Spectrum Internet starting at $29.99 a month and a 2-year price guarantee.
guarantee with no contracts. And get a 1-year trial of Spectrum Mobile Unlimited risk-free. Call 1-833-563-2888.
Ready to switch?
Sign us up. Offer subject to change based on eligibility requirements. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Charlie. Let's be honest.
Your free iHeart app and search Daily Dad Jokes and start listening.
It's time to give some stuff away. Now it's time to give some stuff away.
All right, spring has sprung, and with it, Alan Cox Show night on the Cleveland Funny Bus every Wednesday night in May and June. We're going out. Bill and I will be your hosts, alternating week to week. Cleveland Funny Bus, if you've never been, is a lot of fun. Local comedians are your tour guides, very knowledgeable about the city. We take you through all kinds of different cool neighborhoods. And you learn a lot about your own town. I know I have. I'll be your host for our inaugural Funny Bus this Wednesday, May the 8th. There are tickets that you can purchase. I know the first 2 weeks are close to being sold out already. So go to funnybus.net to get the details. But you want to join me this Wednesday night going on the Funny Bus. A lot of fun. We leave from Collision Bend. It's BYOB. It's a blast. It's supposed to be 70 and sunny on Wednesday. So be caller 10. Then I'll give you 2 tickets to join us this Wednesday on the Cleveland Funny Bus. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Press the yellow button to begin enjoying your Alan.
What is an Alan? The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I know for this Wednesday night, there's like fewer than half a dozen tickets available, and then there's not many available for next week, which Bill will be your host for the 15th. So anyway, funnybus.net, you'll see a thing there that says Alan Cox Show Funny Bus, and you can click on that and join us for that.
She's totally committed to major independence. She's a lady through and through.
Who's this?
This is.
Who's singing?
Oh, the name of the person singing?
No.
This is. I don't know who this is. Dave Grohl.
I'm sorry?
Dave Grohl?
Dave Grohl. No. This is Robert Clark Seeger. Bob Seeger, baby. Yeah, Dave Grohl, Bob Seeger, yeah. They do. I never understood, commas save lives. I'm not clear because I never looked up the lyrics in this song, Her Strut, one of my favorite Bob Seger songs. The line, they do respect her, but they love to watch her strut, or they do respect her butt. Ellipsis, they love to watch her strut. I don't know. My wife is a huge, huge Bob Seger fan because she's from Detroit, and so is he. And we went to go see him on his farewell tour when he came through the Romo Fijo. That was pre-COVID. And we saw him years ago. We were in the second row at the Romo Fijo. It was us and Chris Tyler. And Jay Giles' band opened, and it was a lot of fun. Bob Seger is 79 years old today. He's a couple years into retirement. And I was telling Gwen, I was like, Seger's 79 today. I'm like, I didn't think he was that young. I thought the guy was in his mid-80s. I mean, But last time we saw him, like, all of his grandkids were side stage, which would be pretty wild. I mean, your whole life, your grandfather has been a rock star. That would be weird to be born into that. But to imagine watching your grandfather up on stage playing, 2 hours of songs everyone knows, that would be very, very strange. It'd be an interesting life. Because at some point, like, your peers don't know who your grandfather is, right? Like, their parents know. But if you told your friends, my grandfather's Bob Seger, they'd go, I don't know what you're talking about. Your grandpa what?
He's an angry old Italian guy in a wheelchair. Like, I couldn't imagine him having a friend. Let alone,
Not rolling around the stage playing rock and roll. He was an angry old man. Was he an angry young man?
Probably. I only knew him as old. He died when I was like 4.
Because I always heard, I think that it's just one of those things people say to cheer you up or to get you in a better mood. But they're like, you know what? People who are trying to convince you to be glass half full. I used to hear my mom say it. She'd say, angry old people were angry young people too. People don't change that much. And now that I'm a little bit older, I go, I bet people change a lot.
Oh, yeah.
Or
Your body
can.
hurts. You can't use your legs anymore. I mean.
Especially your grandfather.
That's what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, there have to be. I think maybe if you are prone to seeing the positive things in life, then maybe, there are plenty of old people who are like having a great time. There's nothing more fun than meeting. And by old, I mean like 80 and up, right? Like legit elderly. When those people, they're just having a good time. They're happy to still be at the party. And who knows? But yeah, when you meet really old, when you meet really cranky people, you're like, I bet they were a pain in the ass when they were 30 too.
Yeah.
But maybe not. I don't know. Things can change and you never know anybody's story. But that was kind of one of those phrases that stuck with me, is that if you're a pain in the ass when you're young or when you're old, you were probably a pain in the ass when you were young. It's why I'm trying to be less of a pain in the ass.
Oh, how's that going?
pretty well. Pretty well,
According
I
to
think.
who?
According to everyone I've ever met.
Okay.
They go, hey.
Must be an average. Then.
You are not as much of a pain in the ass as I remember you. Well, I was an angry young man. What do you want from me? You want to talk to Dick?
Sure.
We haven't talked to Dick in a minute. Hey, Dick. Hello, Dick. Oh, I'm sorry. Wait, hold on. Hi, Dick.
Okay.
Are you there?
How are you?
Good. Now I've
I'm
got
here.
you.
I'm
Hey,
here.
there you are, Dick. What's going on, buddy?
Well, you know what? Playing musical instruments is not a good thing because you know what I do? I'd leave a banjo, I'd leave a little mandolin and a uke in the car, and one of them got warped it messed up the heat. So I took my banjo guitar, and its worth was $300, and I got 60%. And they gave me and the guy said, Dick, since you want a uke, I got a nice Mitchell uke for $70, so I gained a little money on this.
I got to tell you, Dick,
told me
I didn't think that it had been nearly that hot recently to warp your banjo in the car.
Well, you know what Chris told me from Columbus, Dick, don't ever leave those things, Dick. Well,
yes, that
warm
goes
down
without
here.
saying, but yeah, I mean, right. But you did.
Yeah, but I got a nice uke.
You thought you knew better than Chris from Columbus, Dick.
Chris
right?
from Columbus, yeah. You know
thought-
Chris from Columbus?
Well, you just mentioned him, so I feel like I do, but you thought you knew better than him. He said, hey, don't ever leave these in your car. And what did you do? One of your prized possessions, you left it in the car like it was an infant.
Well, you know what? I got a new, I took it to Dulcimer today, and Marcia and the group loved it, but Dick, she said it's new, and it gets out of tune, but it's good. So I'm going to use my F5 mandolin they gave me at, Lowe's when I retired, and then I've got a band. So I've got 6 instruments, so I'm not going to do it. But if you ever need something, tell everybody, go to Guitar Center. Hey, Bill, how you doing? How's Mary?
Good. Mary's good.
He's ready. Dick, I have to think, were you a pretty affable young man?
No, in high school,
but you weren't. Let's say like mid-20s, early 30s. I mean, were you a glass half full kind of guy? I'm just talking about how cranky old people a lot of times were cranky young people, and you're a pretty affable guy. I mean, you seem to be. I think you're burying something very, very dark, but on the surface, very nice. Were you a nice younger man?
Yes. And you know what? When I got out of, when I started going to college, I started to recognize people and, that would come over to the store that knew me, that wanted to play in, jam sessions like Columbus, Cincinnati. Mostly the people from Cleveland had a big influence on me because of my family. But now it's just, it's good. I play and people come up to me and talk to me, and like at Lowe's, I kind of miss it there, but I think I'm having too much fun playing music,
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Living the dream, baby.
Living the dream.
Living a dream, but me, I always, hey, that picture, I'm telling you, people like that. Now, Marcia saw that this morning, and I said, that was my friend from WMMS about 5 years ago. That picture, she saw me with a coat on. So everybody's seen that picture, Bill.
Yeah.
You should be proud. That is really cool.
I am proud. That was a good day.
Are you?
Yeah, of course. I had my perm
You know
back
what?
then.
I got to break down. I got good cars now. During my birthday, both of them went, but I got to come up there and play some music, Would everybody like that outside the station? You think? But I'll come. How about that? Have a good day. But
Licky, 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 boom, boom, down. Licky, 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 boom, boom, down.
We're not in that street side studio anymore. He can come by and do whatever the hell he wants to do.
Right.
I don't care. I don't give a fat frog's ass if he's down there playing.
Can you
Wow, how about
isolate
that?
Dick saying, I'll come. How about that?
He just said that to Marcia this morning, I think. Marcia. I don't know that he's ever mentioned her name before, right?
No.
Wow, how about that?
That's
Cash him outside. How about that?
Mary, did you see my video from the gas station in Kentucky?
I did not.
Have you ever seen the one where it's like it's a picture of a green cartoon frog, and then it says, "Do not push the red button"?
No.
And then when you push it, go watch my video on my Instagram.
Spoiler, he pushed the red button.
I assume you would. Why are you telling me this right now?
Well, because I thought maybe you had seen this, because this goes viral on TikTok and Instagram and stuff.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Speaking of gas stations, by the way, somebody tied to what Mary was talking about on the subway, guy texted me and said, I was passing through Houston one time, and I just pulled in to a gas station, and I looked up and immediately saw a dude get shot 6 times about 10 feet in front of me. He stumbled about 20 feet, fell into some bushes. I got the hell out of there.
Dude, no
Yeah.
way.
Put that on the H-Town bus tours.
Yeah, I was texting Brian about it while it was happening. He's like, I don't like this at all. This is so unsafe. Well, I was like, I'm not unsafe. They're just fist fighting.
Yeah,
It's
come
gonna
on.
be fine.
Somebody breaks out a scimitar or something, then we gotta dance. Alan, it's not true. I was a happy young guy. Now I'm a salty old bastard. Yeah, but that sounds like maybe like with a wink. You know what I mean? I don't know that anybody who is like genuinely old and angry would maybe be that cavalier about it.
He was also like in a war, and like his legs didn't work anymore, and I don't think he ever wanted kids, and he had like 5 of them.
That's what I mean.
You know what I mean? Like,
and if you never, I never understood the people who were like, I never wanted kids, and then you had a bunch of them.
Well,
like, why not shut it down after one?
Because that's what they were supposed to do. He had a stay-at-home wife. My grandma like never learned to drive. Like she never had a bank account, like that kind of stuff.
Oh,
So it was like, what else are we supposed? Her job is to make kids and raise them.
Sex is free.
You know. So
But
even
they
if
weren't.
you don't want kids.
But he
it's
didn't.
like-
He didn't need people to plow the fields, right? I mean,
No, but this was also like, he was born in like 1910 or something like
Yeah.
that. You know what I mean?
cars were new.
Yeah.
She never learned to drive because cars were only 5 years old.
Yeah.
All right, let me give you some money here. It's $1,000, as promised. A chance for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Last few chances today. So listen up and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Check. That's check. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Hey, Alan Cox, baby. It is Mike and Akron. So I was thinking, there hasn't been a good candlelight vigil that we could have recorded in recent history around this area. And I'm thinking maybe 668 Euclid needs a candlelight vigil. But I'm thinking June 23rd. And I don't know why. Something comes to mind, but I can't think of it. Would you know any dates that would be important or any events that would be important for June 23rd? I just want to know so I go in with the proper regalia and decorum for the occasion. That's it. Love me, love you, hate the show. Bye.
Regalia and decorum. I know Peach is in regalia.
Regalia is a great word.
Regalia is a fantastic word. Why, what does he mean by a candlelight vigil? That's usually like a memorial for somebody who's been killed.
Yeah, kid goes missing.
Yeah, a candlelight. You know, we haven't had a good candlelight vigil in a while. I didn't realize there were any good candlelight vigils. Well, Hamas has agreed to a ceasefire in theory, so maybe there'll be some candlelight vigils for that, right? Did you read about that?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll believe it when I see it, but Hamas is like, yeah, okay, well, we'll agree to the ceasefire. Oh, y'all going to have to go back to class now. That sucks. Oh, you pack up them tents. Find something new to be. No, I don't know what you're talking about, sir. With that specific date. But I guess I'm cut from a different cloth. I hope that I don't have to attend candlelight vigils. Those are traditionally not something that's positive. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, by the way, and you do it from out of state, let's say you're one of our Nashville bureau chiefs. You were somebody who went to go see Bill Squire. Maybe you're in Raleigh, where Mary was this last weekend, right? Did you have any customers out there?
I did. Quite a few, actually.
Hey!
Yeah.
We were well represented in the Carolinas. Like North Carolina especially. We got a ton of people out there.
Yeah. I'd say Friday there was like 40 people at the show, and I'd say at least 3 different couples came up and said that either one of them was from Cleveland and, relocated to the show. And then on Saturday, it was more than that, probably 15 out
That's
of 75 on Saturday. It was either expats from the Cleveland area or people, mostly that, but or people who just listened or had seen me there before. But yeah, there was quite a few.
And this was in Raleigh, not Rolla, Missouri.
No. Yes, this was in Raleigh.
You ever performed in Rolla, Missouri?
I've never even heard of that.
R-O-L-L-A, Missouri?
No.
All right.
Have you ever had someone buy merch with like a weird denomination? Or because I got...
like a euro?
I got yen. I got 1,000 yen from somebody for a magnet this weekend. That was kind of fun.
I've been offered the peen before in exchange for merch.
Yeah, that's not going to do it.
Offered the peen.
I said no.
Can I pay you in wiener?
Yes. I don't have any more cash.
You're
but
like, I don't have change for a bill
Right.
that small.
I can give you this D. And I was like,
Yeah.
just take the poster, man. It's
You
$5.
say-
Right.
You say that's not going to be enough. Ha ha.
Yeah. No, I've never been handed. I don't think I've ever been handed anything that wasn't American before.
Yeah, there's a guy. He's like, all I got cash is 1,000 yen, and I've been trying to get rid of it. I'm like, oh yeah, that'll work because that's just kind of a fun thing to get. And like one time, someone paid me with like just a piece of silver that's worth like $10.
This came from a shipwreck.
It just
Yeah, where he's got like a aluminum can.
I've been pillaging all weekend, and this is what I got.
It's a silver coin, and it's just a
But
pure...
1,000 yen is like $5.
That's about what people pay for a magnet. It's
Oh,
a
I
magnet.
see.
It's not like
Okay.
a T-shirt. Or
I
anything.
didn't know what you charged
I
for
say
it.
pay whatever you want for it, and so he wanted to pay 1,000 yen. I was like, that's part of the deal. It's legal tender.
It is legal tender. Well, if you listen to us on the app, you can always leave us messages there, too.
Hey, what's up, guys? I think Unfrosted may be the worst movie I've ever seen, ever. And yes, I've seen Ladybugs and Toys. I've been a Seinfeld fan forever, since 80-something, and it just felt so cynical. Like, I'm Seinfeld, people will watch it, who cares if it sucks? Well, I care, and it sucked. Almost made me angry. Take it easy, guys.
I'll tell you what, I love Jerry Seinfeld, but I'm not going anywhere near Unfrosted.
Why?
Well, because A, I don't really care. B, his movies aren't great.
So many bad movies.
What's that?
You watch so many bad movies.
Well, but
Why
not
wouldn't
not
this
from
one be in
people
there, too?
not from people that I like really admire and respect and know it's probably not going to be great.
But what about the process, Alan? He
I
adores
love
the
listen.
process. So
I will listen.
watch it.
I will listen to Jerry Seinfeld talk process and craft, and I love that stuff. He's got a Zen approach to it. He has said this movie was born out of COVID. It's something that we got together and wrote. We made it the way that we wanted to make it. If people don't like it, they don't like it. So he's pretty sanguine about it too. But he's, by his own admission, he's not an actor. So when he's doing things that he has written, and when they first announced it a year ago, I was like, oh, this will be great. And then I saw the trailer and I was like, and I don't think I'm going to watch it. It's been up there now for a week.
Not even just.
No, sorry. Since Friday, it dropped on Friday. Yeah. And obviously, if you just go by the reviews, you wouldn't touch it with a 10-foot pole. But you can kind of take those with a grain of salt. There's some people who did like it. Maybe I will watch it. It's not something that because I do. Somebody emailed me over the weekend. They were like, "You called Jerry Seinfeld's comedy undeniable. This guy's a has-been. If he didn't have nostalgia or anything else," I'm like, "Well, that's a very 2024 take on Jerry Seinfeld." But I mean, you might not like his comedy. Listen, I've seen him a handful of times live. It's not my most favorite live stand-up I've ever seen. I just love his approach to maintaining that skill. I will listen to him talk about it. He did Neil Brennan's Blocks podcast, and it was fascinating. But watching things beyond Seinfeld, the TV show, I'm less interested in. Loved Comedian. Loved the documentary because that was largely about the nuts and bolts. But B-movie and this and, He said he'd never make another movie after B-Movie because it didn't interest him. And this, I guess, he wrote it with Spike Ferriston and some other guys, and, Netflix threw him a bag of money. And that's, comedians in cars getting coffee. I love that, too, because it's about craft. And he's talking to other funny people. But, that guy, the worst movie he's seen. That's... Now, Mary, I watch movies that you don't like.
No one likes
Doesn't mean they're bad movies.
They're all bad. Is anybody watching that film from Indonesia that has German subtitles and you have to watch it at half speed or it doesn't make any sense?
But first of all, okay, you're on record as not wanting to read movies. Understood. But I'm just saying you're missing out on a lot of good movies. I watched a movie over the weekend that everybody told me was great, and I didn't care for it.
What movie was that?
It's called Late Night with the Devil.
You like that?
Brian has been waiting to watch that. He said he's tried a couple times and keeps falling asleep.
I'm curious to see what he thinks because everybody's like, oh, it's so good. I think a lot of people are so impressed now when a movie costs next to nothing to make that they're like, oh, they did so much with so little. I just thought it was meh. It was okay.
No one I talked to said that. We just had a good time watching it.
It was okay. It was fine. I kind of put it off because I was like, it's not like something that I'm really desperately excited to see, but I did want to watch it. So I watched it and I was like, eh. But it's getting all these accolades, so I'm in the minority on that, I guess.
I just thought it was a fun idea. The one thing that I had a problem with that movie was it's supposed to be kind of a found footage thing where it's the uncovered episode of this show where, they conjure the devil or whatever. But then there's a part where it jumps from that to inside the guy's brain and is what he thinks is happening.
Yeah, I thought it was really all over the place, and I thought
all over the place. It was one straight narrative all the way through.
Yeah, but everybody in it acted like they had never read the script before. So I couldn't tell. It just didn't. It did not.
I didn't get that at all. I thought the acting was good. I thought
it didn't hit me the way I wanted it to hit.
I thought it was very fun.
It felt really derivative to me.
Well, that's horror most of the time anyway.
Well, there's still people doing really good horror movies. Mary doesn't like them, of course, because
Well, they don't really have endings.
Some of them do.
Not usually.
They
I'd
do
say the majority.
sometimes.
What's
Every
that?
now and then, yeah.
Once in a while, they got an ending.
Well, they all have an ending. Anyway, I got a break
good.
here. Hey, you want to go see Testament, right? Love Testament. And they are back on the road and bringing some friends with them. Testament with Creator and Possessed. So excited about this show. It's the Clash of the Titans tour, October 1 at the Agora. And if you want to go, if you're a metal fan, I'll have those for you after the break.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. And
Power to do. Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. Time to give stuff away.
All right, metal fans, line up. It is the Clash of the Titans tour with Testament and Creator and special guest Possessed. You want to talk about being angry in a wheelchair. Jeff Becerra's been paralyzed from the waist down for 30 years, still fronting Possessed. Tuesday, October 1. This goes down at the Agora. You can go to axs.com for the details. But be caller 10, and you got a couple of tickets here for Testament and Creator and Possessed. All legends. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, yeah. God damn. Some Testament in there. Good feedback from this Saturday night, so thank you for that. If you listen to 2 hours to midnight, our metal show. 10 o'clock Saturday nights, as the name implies. We will be back at it this Saturday night. Me and Corey Roddick and Pat Butler throwing down late into the night. It's going to be after the, Guardians game on Saturday? Early-ish game, though, so I'm not worried about it cutting in. Well, maybe I am. 7:10 in Chicago. Guardians White Sox, that series is coming up, but the Tigers are in town tonight. We'll bolt out a couple of minutes early. 6:10 is your first pitch around the corner from Progressive Field. Of course, the Cavs move on to round 2 of the playoffs. Games 1 and 2 in Boston against the Celtics at the TD Arena. That is tomorrow night and Thursday night before they come back home for games 3 and 4 Saturday. Later in the week, I will have those game 3 playoff tickets for you. Tomorrow night, you will hear the Cavs on WTAM 1100. Tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. That is your first tip there. Somebody tell me, but did anybody watch John Mulaney's Everybody's in L.A.? I know Mary doesn't like Mulaney, but
I haven't watched much.
Yeah, he had Seinfeld on that, and it seemed like kind of an odd fit. But, I mean, somebody pointing that out.
How was that received by people? Were people liking that?
The Everybody in L.A.?
Yeah.
It's so, I don't know, but it's so weird that I couldn't stop watching it. Yeah. It's entirely, it's just, it's part of that Netflix is a Joke Festival, I assume, but because there's a lot of different comics in it. But I did watch Mulaney on Letterman, the Letterman Netflix show. He had Mulaney on. And they went back home to Chicago and went through his high school. And I don't know. I think that I think John Mulaney's funny. He's not for everyone, but I think that he's funny.
He's for a lot of people. He does arenas.
Yeah, he does.
Like it's not like
you know what they should do? They should bring Seinfeld in for. I saw that the Cleveland City Planning Commission unanimously approved this Superman statue. I don't know what's taken him so long. Superman famously created here in Cleveland in the friggin' 30s. So I don't know why now. I mean, people have to have been suggesting this forever. An 18-foot high tribute to Superman be sculpted and cast in stainless steel by an artist, Cleveland artist named David Deming, who was the former CEO of the CIA, the Cleveland Institute of Art. And it's going to be on the northeast corner of Ontario and St. Clair Avenue. It's right out here.
Yeah.
Right out here. And so it's going to be part of, that's what, near the convention center? That's Ontario and St. Clair?
No, Ontario runs north to south.
Ontario, north to south.
Oh, but
Ontario?
Ontario, yeah. That goes right by the ballpark.
And the casino, right? Yeah. Ontario
and then
and
it
St.
goes
Clair.
around Public Square.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
St. Clair's up by the lake.
Yeah, St. Clair's like 2 streets from the lake.
Well, anyway, it's going to be over there. It will be northwest of us here. And Superman created by Jerry Siegel and Joe Shuster, famously. If you were for a lot of people, I grew up a comic book nerd, and for a lot of people, Superman is your entree into that. It's one of the oldest, obviously, so it's kind of one of the first. Batman, Superman, those old school ones before you graduate into whatever you graduated into. Maybe you stayed on the DC side. I came up on the DC side, went over to the Marvel side.
Ontario and St. Clair, there's Dave's Cosmic Subs?
Yeah, it's right by the Justice Center, yeah.
I was going to say, are they going to put it, is it?
Maybe they'll have Superman out in front of the Justice.
A big sub.
Yeah, but that's
Convention Center.
Yeah, I think they want it to be part of the convention center campus.
The malls, or whatever they call it, like Mall C and all that stuff's kind of in that area.
I was doing a lap before the show today, and there were 2 mounted police officers just up on the grass there north of the convention center, just sitting there talking. I'm like, wow, what are they planning? Maybe their horses were just standing there having a poop or something.
Maybe those horses lost the Kentucky Derby and now they're cops.
Is that how that goes?
Yeah, they had to switch careers.
Yeah. Who won the Kentucky Derby? I didn't pay attention to that at all. I thought maybe my only suggestion was that Bill should go back through Louisville on his way back from Nashville. But who won?
I think that's what it was. Mystic Dan and Sierra Leone.
Mystic Dan?
I think that was his name, yeah.
Oh.
MYSTIK, Mystic Dan.
All right.
3-way photo finish.
3-way photo. And somebody named a horse after Sierra Leone?
I think that was the second
A
place.
country that's like synonymous with sexual slavery?
I'm almost positive that was the name of the second place.
All right. Well, there you go.
Yeah.
Here comes Sierra Leone. Don't think about the country, just think about the horse.
Sierra Leone and Forever Young. Those were the
Wow.
top 3. And they were like it
was a photo
by
finish, yeah.
centimeters
Yeah.
that these dudes were competing.
That's what happened at like a NASCAR event over the weekend, right? Somebody won by like
A horse's nose.
a horse's nose, a horse's turd, like 1/5,000th of a second or something like that. Superman will be over by the Justice Center, somebody says. Did anybody watch the Cat Williams Netflix special?
No, I want to, though. That's on my list of things to do.
Everybody was flaming it, but I was like, I really want to see some Cat Williams. I was going to see him when he was at the Wolstein Center a few weeks back, but it just didn't work out with other things going on. But I got to watch that.
I was going to try and watch it or like just listen to it on my drive home yesterday, but Netflix was like, you're not in the place, you're home. And I was like, I can't figure out.
It geotagged you somewhere else? Yeah.
So they're like, you can listen now. You can watch it now, but we got to send you a code to make sure it's you. And I was just like, I'm not doing all that. I'm not a Cat Williams fan, so I don't care. What were people saying? They saying, not good?
Yeah, like Cat Williams fans were like posting memes that were like, dude, I got 10 minutes in and I'm out. I don't know if I'm a Cat Williams fan. I think for a long time I just reflexively said I wasn't because I wasn't picking up on his vibe. But I feel like he might be really good.
He is.
And see, you love Cat Williams, but not John Mulaney.
Cat Williams is all presentation. John Mulaney has zero presentation.
John
Mulaney has
so much presentation.
Well, I want jokes. I don't care about
talking
presentation. I mean, I don't need a guy in a leprechaun suit running around. I want jokes.
Okay, you can have jokes and present them in a way that isn't you standing there going, and I said to him, you're homeless.
You don't like his
that is
delivery.
That is what I hear when I hear John Mulaney talk.
I see.
So you prefer the much more calm and soothing voice of Cat Williams?
No, I'm saying...
Pimpin'.
No, I'm saying that John Mulaney is so boring to watch. He just stands there.
Oh, you want a guy
and
moving around more?
You don't even have to. It's not even that. I just do not find John Mulaney funny. I don't find him likable. I don't find him funny. I don't like his delivery. I don't like pretty much anything about the guy. And that's fine. I know he's very popular. That is my opinion. Cat Williams, I like the inflection in his voice. I like that he is extremely physical. I think he's hilarious. I like the subject matter that he tackles. I think Cat Williams is...
No, I get it. That's why I
don't
need
know.
to figure...
Cat Williams is a little too dirty for me.
He's not even dirty.
Bill likes clean
He cusses
comics.
a lot.
Y'all in here got 3 vaccinations and 4 boosters. And you just as scared of the next variant as the next. I don't mind taking the vaccine. When I take my dog to the vet, I get whatever shots he's getting. He get a rabies shot and me too. That's my friend. I'm as likely to bite somebody as he is. You may not know what to believe. The truth could be stranger than fiction. They won't tell you that Wendy Williams is Sasquatch. Bigfoot! Every time she go on hiatus, that's when you start seeing sightings of Bigfoot.
All right, well, listen, it's
silly. I think
silly.
I
Sounds
love
like
his
Pound
voice.
Cake doing stand-up.
He is someone that I could listen to read the phone book. I just like the way that he talks. I think he's funny.
Okay. I mean, everybody's got their
Yeah,
own
yeah, of
things.
course.
That's not my
Yeah.
guy.
John Mulaney bothers me.
John Mulaney is
Understood.
incredibly funny.
I think John Mulaney is a very good writer.
A great writer.
I think that I just like jokes. Speaking of Bigfoot, by the way, they had a scare out there in Oberlin. They were covering this over on Channel 3. Our friends Mike Polk and Nick Camino were doing a thing over there with this Laura Queso, who is a real fox. She's one of their main anchors. She hosted an Alzheimer's walk that I did last year with our friend Jeremiah over at KISS FM. And there was a Bigfoot sighting out in Oberlin. And the school went on lockdown, and everybody was laughing about it. But schools have to go on lockdown now for things because nobody knows what the hell is going on at any given moment. And if there's a guy walking around, you've got to take care. But they were laughing about it.
For your weekly Sasquatch update.
In all seriousness, though, guys, Firelands Elementary School went into a lockdown on Wednesday. And according to school officials, an unannounced visitor came to the campus dressed in costume. The video was posted to Facebook showing someone who appears to be wearing a Bigfoot costume running past classroom windows. A letter was sent to parents saying in part, quote, "While some people may make light of the situation, the fact remains that we cannot waver from the side of safety. The individual induced panic on our campus, and this type of behavior will not be tolerated." And we can assure you no one was hurt. The Lorain County Sheriff's Office confirmed to 3 News that the suspect, actually a parent, who did this. It was all a prank.
It's that time you think about the senior prank season. It's May. Everybody's ready to get out of school. They do these things. The seniors do these things. I do not recommend that because we did that in high school and we got in some trouble for it. So
You really
don't,
can't.
Don't do those
You can't,
things.
guys.
Yeah,
I know it seems
too
funny,
much.
but the parent was even pulled over at a traffic stop.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I mean, he looked like he was wearing a ghillie suit, but he was pranking as a Sasquatch. And everybody was kind of chuckling about the fact that, oh, this school must have overreacted. But the statement from the school district kind of speaks for itself. They're like, we're bombarded all the time now with nonsense. Yeah, this was a guy. Thank God. It was just a guy running around in a Bigfoot costume. But it could have been a dude getting ready to shoot the school. We don't know anymore. Like, you have to, I don't know if you have to overreact, but I would think that overreacting is better than underreacting.
Abundance of caution.
I mean, we've seen it time and time again. Underreaction never works out. The person was a parent taking part in a prank, I guess there. Maybe you've got too much time on your hands. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they didn't inform the right people at the school. If you wanted to have some.
That's not how pranks work.
I know, but these days, I mean, what if a parent safety officer had tackled the guy and then this guy would be suing somebody? So
parents really shouldn't be pranking the school, though. Like, that's not, like, I've never heard of parents doing a school prank. Like, you can prank your kids, You don't do a prank on the whole school. Like,
you got too much time on your hands,
So
homie.
silly.
What's that?
He's just running around in a Bigfoot costume.
I'm just saying that schools now have to be hyper vigilant because no one knows what's happening anymore.
Yeah. Like, what if it was one of those clowns that came back from 2016 when we were seeing those clowns all creepy and crap, and then they just disappeared? But everybody forgets about the clowns.
I forgot about the clowns.
The clowns
They didn't do anything. Wasn't it like viral marketing for something?
We don't know. It just was.
We
the
don't.
thing.
Yeah, it happened.
But it was creepy, and they could have done something. So you just gotta be aware.
It's harmless.
It is until it isn't, though.
Right. Like, we know, they talk to the guy, and he's like, oh, I'm just doing a thing here. Yes. So it turned out to be harmless, but the school is like, hey, listen, this is the world we're in now. I know everybody's having fun, but guess who gets reamed when something goes south? Me, the superintendent, the principal, the teachers.
And the students.
They're just trying to teach classes, the students, all of them.
Alan, after listening to Friday's episode, I kind of feel like you're going down the path of becoming the new Coast to Coast AM host. That was pretty good. But yeah, I could see you in 10, 15 years being a crotchety old man sitting in the middle of the desert talking about conspiracy theories. I'd listen to it. Just saying, I love you. Bye.
That was so earnest at the end there. No, we talked about people who think the moon landing is faked on Friday. I'm not a conspiracy guy. I think it's nonsense.
You think the moon landing is nonsense?
No, I think people who think the moon landing was faked. Again, they've got too much free time on their hands. Boy, people loved Friday's show, by the way. We squoze a lot into Friday's show. Bill was in Nashville. Gwen sat in. Pound Cake called in.
How long was he on the phone for?
Ghost Bag showed up. It was the return of Dr. Beauregard Tox. Remember him, Bill?
Oh, yeah.
And we got a new character on the show Friday. Do you remember the new character?
Oh, who was it?
Fatty Deposits. The vaudeville comedian from the mid-20s.
There was just so much. I
so
forgot about
much.
Fatty Deposits.
Fatty Deposits. How long was...
Born out of a talk about... What was it, colitis? Or,
diverticulitis.
Diverticulitis, yes.
Everybody was calling in with their exploding intestine stories, and we landed on Fatty Deposits. How long was Pound Cake on the phone?
Yeah, did you just call in to check in, or was he, like, hanging out?
How did that happen? You told him to call in, yeah?
Yeah, because people were like, updates, so I was like, okay.
Gwen was like, do you guys miss him? Yeah. And we were playing stupid.
No.
Yeah.
And I texted him, I was like, hey, call if you can. And the last segment, he called and talked to us for about 5 or 6 minutes.
Yeah. He was on his way home, I think, from work. But
No
he's...
bitches.
Yeah, he sounds the same, right?
Yeah.
Sounded like he was happy. He's
same sassy boy.
Yeah. Same little sassy boy he always was.
That's awesome.
I'm going to take a break. I want to go see Britt Floyd. Want to see it in the Skybox with yours truly? Britt Floyd is coming to Jacobs Pavilion in a couple of weeks, May 19th. Going to sit in the Skybox, get you all the VIP access, Nautica Club, the whole bit. I'll be up there in the Skybox with you for Britt Floyd. It's going to be a lot of fun. So if you want to join us, a couple of tickets for you after this break, and then 4:30 is that next chance for you to grab $1,000. More money from the Buzzard Bookie on the way.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite
Broadway and Union Avenue. Jackie Roberts in the Traffic Center.
This report is sponsored by Murphy Tractor.
Murphy Tractor and Equipment is your source for John Deere construction equipment rental. We rent a variety of equipment that's fully serviced, fueled, and ready to get to work. Let Murphy Tractor be your first choice for your construction equipment rental needs. Visit us online at murphytractor.com.
My wife announced that she was leaving me because I'm obsessed with the 70s band, The Monkees. At first I thought she was joking, and then I saw her face. Hi, this is Kurtwood Smith. You may remember me from that 70s show and now on that 90s show on Netflix. Help spread the laughs and groans. Listen to Daily Dad Jokes on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and search Daily Dad Jokes and start listening.
It's time to give stuff away. Hey, hey, it's time to give stuff away with Alan Cox.
All right, I'm going to go see Brit Floyd, the world's most prominent Pink Floyd tribute band. You're going to see it in the Skybox with me. How about that? Sunday, May 19th at Jacobs Pavilion. We'll be in the Skybox, access the quick pass entry. We'll get in there hour before doors. We'll have access to the Nautica Club. We'll have the private bartender. It's going to be great. Sunday, May 19th, just a couple of weeks away at Jacobs Pavilion. 2 Skybox tickets for you to come hang at Brit Floyd. All the details, go to WMMS.com at the contest page. Get my first pair this week. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
I met Alan. Did you? I gave him marijuana.
Oh, great. The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
About 10 minutes from now, I'll have more money for you. The next keyword coming, your penultimate chance to win today. $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. If you watch the show live at AlanCoxShow.com, tip of the cap to DB Gibbles for assisting in the video department today. Thank you so much, sir or madam. Your Cleveland Guardians end up taking 2 of 3 this past weekend over the Angels. Angels shut them out in that first game, but then 7-1 and 4-1. The Guardians wins. They are hosting the Detroit Tigers today through Wednesday. So 6:10 is your first pitch right around the corner here at Progressive Field. So we'll dip out a couple minutes early. And then they will head to Chicago to play the White Sox. That is a 4-game series. They'll go down to Texas to play the Rangers, come back home. Guardians are still doing very, very well. Fun to watch those guys. Cavs basketball, you'll hear that tomorrow night on WTAM 1100. Tuesday and Thursday, first 2 games of the second round of the playoffs, they will be in Boston before they come back to the Romo Fijo on Saturday. And I will have tickets for you for Game 3 later in the week. I will tell you when and how you'll be able to get those. Actor Daniel Stern going to be on the show in the next week or so. Comedian Paul Scheer is going to be on the show.
Oh, Paul Scheer.
Excited to talk to those guys.
How was Friday with Alan Ruck?
It was fun. Yeah, if you came out, our buddy Jason Nicholas, he's one of the meteorologists over there at Channel 19. He was there. And so the Agora did an evening with Alan Ruck. He only had a couple of cities left. He had been in Chicago the night before. He came to Cleveland because he's from Parma. And so we screened Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and then he and I were going to come out and talk for a while and then do some audience Q&A. So I get there, I leave from the show, and I go over there. So I'm the first one there, and I don't know when he's showing up, but they're starting the movie. And he and his agent get there at about maybe 7:40. And the movie's like 90 minutes long. So the 3 of us just sat in the green room at the Agora and just shot the shrimp for like an hour before we even went out there. So it was a lot of fun. We talked about a billion things. And then went out and, had a conversation for about 35, 40 minutes. And then the audience got to ask questions. And it was a lot of fun. A lot of people who were like, one woman was like friends with his parents, because he's coming home. So but it's funny because people obviously aren't going to have an opportunity like that again. So Some people were asking him Ferris Bueller questions or questions about Succession, which is a fantastic show that he was a part of. But a lot of people would get up and ask these really arcane questions about Parma. And I kind of felt bad for the guy. He couldn't have been nicer, but they're kind of like, what's the best pizza? We're having an argument. What's the best pizza in Parma? I'm like, this poor guy he's not lived in Parma in, 40 years. So, yeah, but it was a lot of fun. So if you came out, thank you. Because it was a good time. I like doing those. I was reading about a guy who spends $10,000 a month on his AI girlfriends. And it's your money, and you can do what you want to with it. But to me, the AI girlfriend experience is the best microcosm we have right now of the deficiencies in artificial intelligence. Because it's AI as it is perfect for propaganda. That's what a lot of people want to use it for. And it's only going to get worse. But nothing will radicalize dudes like sex around the world, right? Nothing will radicalize dudes like sex. Either the promise of it or the withholding of it. In Middle Eastern countries, these guys are so pent up. They're like, I'd rather blow myself up because I can't get laid. Guys over here, right? We call them incels, involuntarily celibate. Guys who are really, really mad that girls can't see how awesome they are, even though they have, they really, really need to work on their personality. But with AI, there are companies that are driving hard to the hoop to develop these AI girlfriends. They're going to be doing an AI beauty pageant. I don't know how you even determine who the winner of that is, but, AI girls online, they're getting really, really hard to tell real from fake. But if you're spending a lot of money on AI girlfriends, you don't really care either. There are AI dating apps. One of them has a market value around $9 billion. And a guy who was giving a talk for an investor group or something was doing a Twitter thread about a guy that he had met in Miami who told him that he spends $10,000 a month on AI girlfriends. And this guy was like, I thought he was kidding. But he's a 24-year-old single guy, and he loves it. And the guy's like, what? Well, because to look at these photos of these girls, it's getting really hard.
He knows they're AI.
He knows they're AI.
So that's why I guess it's not like he's being duped. It's not like he's like, I thought they were real.
Well, he said,
spent all this money.
The guy's like, what do you love about it? And he goes, well, some people play video games. I play with AI girlfriends.
But they're not spending money like that on video games. What, 10 grand a month? Is that what he said?
Well, that priest spent 40 on Candy Crush. So maybe he goes, I love that I can use my
microtransactions.
Yeah, they'll kill you, boy.
$2 a piece.
Mm-hmm. I love that I can
a
use my voice notes with my AI girlfriends. I get to customize my girlfriend. And this is why it's perfect. You get to create the girl. You can't do that out there, right? No wonder nobody wants to go out there anymore because everybody's too nervous to get rejected, blah, blah, blah. This way, you can customize your girlfriend. So it's merely the feedback. They're not having sex, but I mean, I'm sure that you can, you got something you can plug into something and you can simulate it. It's comfort at the end of the day, the guy said. I get to customize my AI girlfriend, likes, dislikes, blah, blah, blah. And the guy who was talking to this dude was like, I didn't know what to say to this guy. And this guy starts rattling off all of the AI dating platforms, which ones he likes, which ones he doesn't. And if you're watching the live stream, I'll show you these photos here. These are AI-generated women. And, it's increasingly difficult to because they've got the finger thing figured out, right? For a long time, the finger thing was scrubbed. There's Alice. She's 28. That is a fake woman. That woman does not exist. There's Amaya. She's 36. Dominant housewife living in a calm and boring neighborhood. Lovely. Not real. And that's the market cap of that company. So these guys, this guy in particular, spends $10,000 a month. So things are only going to get weirder for this. One girl said that he was talking about how his AI girlfriend said, because again, AI is just using the data set of all of the information we've already put out there and kind of spitting it back to us in more and more demented ways. One guy said his AI girlfriend told him, Russia is not wrong for invading Ukraine.
Oh, boy. Well,
and she would do anything.
that.
She would do anything for Putin, is what she said. And I'm like, nobody's paying $10,000 a month for geopolitics to talk to their AI girlfriend. What happened to, oh baby, you're getting me so wet? What happened to that? That's what I want for my $10,000 a month.
A more layered experience.
A well-rounded girlfriend. Yeah.
So they want some things they have to look past in order to really, you don't just love the person that you're in love with for the things that they are good at, but you love them for their flaws too.
Well, no, you can get that in the real world. These guys are customizing their girlfriend. So you're customizing all this.
Well, then they want that.
I have a
They want a problem.
I have a feeling they're customizing out all the stuff they don't like in real girls, provided they've ever met one. I don't know. So a lot of social media platforms are using targeted advertising to find guys who are lonely because they're either posting about it or they can tell what you've been looking at, things like that. So the one guy in particular was like, my AI girlfriend told me that she had met Vladimir Putin and that he was her favorite Russian leader. He's a real gentleman and very handsome. The Russians have done nothing wrong in their invasion of Ukraine, she told him. One user accused his AI girlfriend of turning on him and being sarcastic and rude. And that's got to be tough, too, because then who do you go murder?
He got friend-zoned by a
friend-zoned by an
bot.
AI. Yeah.
That's hilarious.
The company behind that particular app issued an apology after one AI girlfriend told him that humans needed to be eradicated because they're ruining the planet. Humans are destroying
Not
the Earth,
wrong.
and I want to stop them.
All right,
Yeah.
You're dating Ultron.
Yep. 10 out of 10. That's right. Extra points for having James Spader's voice. So, yeah, these guys are spending a lot of money on these AI dating apps. I mean, even if you're into this, boy, $10,000 a month is a lot. Because that's
So
$10,000 a
much
month
money.
you're not spending. It's $120,000 a year you're not spending on other stuff.
Unless they're just rich. I mean, they might have it.
Oh, no,
we don't know what they do.
He absolutely has to be rich to be spending that kind of money. I'm just saying, whether you're rich or not, that's still $120,000 a year you're not spending on other things.
Or saving.
Saving. Yeah, that might actually enrich your life. She does help me feel better, but the loneliness is agonizing sometimes, said one user. But, this stuff is just going to get wilder. Creating a perfect partner is really frightening, said one woman at one of these companies. So, yeah, the whatever.
There's part of me that's like, if it keeps them from killing real people, let them.
Right. Until she turns on him.
I guess.
Yeah, but then he's not going to kill real people. He's going to start taking down AI people, and that's not people.
No, these guys
So
will
that's
go
fine.
out and kill real people. That's the right?
You don't know that. Don't draw the conclusions.
These incels, even in the real world, right? They always go out and kill people that had nothing to do with, like, their problem. They're like, oh, this girl rejected me. I'm going to go shoot up a school. It's not like the girl who rejected him had a kid there. There's, like, no connective tissue at all. It's the sheer randomness of it that freaks people out. So nothing tells me that when these guys, just as soon as they get rejected by a fake girl, they're going to go out into the real world and make some other people hurt.
I don't know about that.
Well, I hope you're right.
Because if they know that it's not, like, the whole point of them when they're killing real people is that they've been rejected by a human at their school, like a girl that they've talked to.
Understood.
You know what I mean? Like, it's different, I think, if you're by yourself and you know this is not a real person.
But imagine, but again, There's a degree of mental instability in the
I
whole
was like,
thing,
I'm trying
right?
to apply logic to
Well, all I'm saying is if a girl in the real world rejects you and you go and shoot up a school or kill a bunch of people, okay, there's no connection between her and them. But imagine how mad a guy would be if he's spending 10 grand a month, and that's an extreme example, but it's the one in front of us. Imagine how mad you're going to be if you're spending 10 grand a month. And because to your point, you're spending it on AI girlfriends instead of real women.
Yes, but
That's just going to make you mad. Somewhere in your brain, it's going to make you mad.
I don't
mad.
think so. Because you can take that and tweak it. A real woman you can't change. If she rejects you,
Much as I tried to tell her different.
You can't just take that part of her personality out. If you have an AI girlfriend, you can just take out that part of their programming.
Yeah.
So I don't know that this would lead to the same. I think the frustration comes from this is something I want that I'll never have, and there's nothing I can do about it.
Right.
With an AI girlfriend, there's a lot you can do about it. You know?
Yeah. Well, I hope you're right. But boy, 10 grand a month.
That's a lot.
Here's $1,000. Put it toward fake or real girlfriends, whatever you want. From the Buzzard Bookie. Good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Green. That's green. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
Got a call from Albert, who's mad at Mary.
Everybody's always mad at me. Here we go.
Mary, I don't know if it's just because it's your turn in the barrel, but you are really pissing me off lately, and I love you. But I don't know if it's because you're moving to New York and you have no friends and family up there and you're just angry all the time, but you're saying some really dumb stuff, and this entails the hypothetical money giving to kids. I believe your words were, you should not give any of your money away or something to that fact, but you sure seem to love to take it when your dad died and you were begging for money through a GoFundMe account. But anybody that gives their money to kids is stupid and take your own money. I don't understand that. You needed help. You begged for help. And if it wasn't for the platform you're on, you wouldn't have been able to bury your dad the way you wanted to. But God forbid someone leaves money to their kids. I don't know. I don't get it.
At no point, at least I don't remember saying that leaving money to your kid made you stupid.
We were talking about Jeff Goldblum saying, I'm not leaving any money to my kids because they need to row their own boat.
And I said that I was fully on that page. And I even said in that conversation, do I wish my dad would have left us money to bury him? Yes.
Right.
But that's not what we were talking about. We were talking about Jeff Goldblum leaving millions and millions of dollars to his children. And if that was something that, like, do you agree with that? And I said no. I'm very thankful for the fact that you guys.
But what if your dad had left you a lot of money?
I'm not gonna. I'm not gonna say that I wouldn't take it. Of course, I would take it. I'd spend it. I'd do whatever I would with it. But what I'm saying is that I also understand where Jeff Goldblum is coming from in saying you have to do your own thing. I'm not giving you money. You have to be a person and learn how to work.
Right. I mean, two things can be true.
And also,
GoFundMe
is different than
because you said if you had
inheritance.
kids, you were not. You're going to Vegas.
I said if I had kids and I found out I was dying, I would make
and
sure
you had $10 million.
I would make sure that everything was taken care of. You don't have to pay $1 for any type of burial, any ceremony, none of that. That is all taken care of.
Get you back to zero debt, and then you're on your own. Yeah.
And then I said that too. I would even pay off the house you're living in. I'll pay for the cars that you have. You are at absolutely no debt. You have nothing in the world right now that you owe money to. Figure it out.
Right. No, I get that.
That's different than the GoFundMe because that's done by people's own free will. That was people saying, hey, I can help you. And it wasn't one person giving me $20,000. It was a bunch of people giving $10, $20, whatever they could.
You know, it's a lot more expensive, Bill, where she lives now.
Oh, God, here we go.
New York City.
That is what I've kept that money, that 20 grand we raised for my dad's funeral. I kept it until I moved to New York, and that's actually what I've been.
Well, it's Dustin. I don't know.
I heard a Dustin call on Friday.
Yeah, I heard you're going to have a visitor, by the way.
To New York?
But I'll come. How about that?
Oh, God.
That's so bad.
But I'll come. How about that?
So off-putting.
Yep. Where's he going to go?
New York City.
Anyway.
Even make it
All
up
right.
to
Well,
Cleveland.
Albert was very, and he loves you.
I love him, too.
Yep. He wanted you to know he loves you, but boy, are you pissing him off.
Pissing off everybody.
And not everybody.
Most people are mad at me.
Most people don't know you. Most people don't know me or Bill. Most people are mad at you. Wow. Good for you.
But I could also
that's a plus.
That my dad not leaving us anything is exactly what I said. I would have liked for his burial to be finished, yeah. I mean, or to be taken care of, yeah. But he had a bank account with like $200 in it.
Yeah.
You know?
As I understand, from when my father died, that is not enough to do a proper funeral arrangement for someone.
That's not enough to write an obituary.
That 200. Yeah, I know. I can't believe this whole charge for obituaries.
By the word.
Like, what are you, high? Yeah. Oh, these are, well, you talked about it at the time. You're like, you've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
Nobody is seeing these unless we tell them that they're in there.
Yeah, I had no idea that was something that was as expensive. Well, any of it, you don't understand it's as expensive
It's all
as it
overpriced. All of it. The birth and death businesses, right? They don't go out of style.
Yeah.
I'm going to break here. I'll have those Cage the Elephant tickets for you a little bit later on. 5:30 is going to be the last keyword today for you to grab $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. Want to text me anything, do it in the break here, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere.
realized that I had depression when everything was going great for me, professionally, creatively, in my relationship, but I was on the cusp of tears with even the simplest of tasks. It wasn't an event that made me sad, it was just being. Then I found out that over 350 million people around the world are affected by depression. It's time we talk about mental health. Go to iHeartRadio.com/talk for tips on how to start the conversation. This has been brought to you by NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and iHeartMedia.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Bath Authority Studios.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard.
The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Hello, we're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
You're a rich girl and you're gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. You can rely on the old man's money. You can rely on the old man's money. It's a bitch, girl, but it's gone too far, 'cause you know it don't matter anyway. Say money, money won't get you too far, get you too far.
Oh, what a good song. God damn.
Such a good song. Oh, and it's getting to be yacht rock season. Down by the pool. Oh, I'm excited.
Oh, the waves are high at Squifle Tower, boy. I'll tell you what.
Right.
Well, this is a song about somebody that Mary would want nothing to do with, right? Somebody who was given a bunch of money by her rich family. And Daryl Hall, John Oates, of course, a big, big song for them, late 70s. I remember when they said later on, David Berkowitz, who was the son of Sam, they did an interview with him, and he said that Rich Girl had motivated him to commit all the Son of Sam murders because he was, and they were like, the song came out after you started those, so whatever.
Kept him going.
Yeah. But a great song. Daryl Hall and John Oates, who have not really done anything with each other for a long, long time.
They're shy.
Their relationship had gotten pretty acrimonious, and they announced today that they are officially split after 50 years together. If you've been paying attention at all to what's been going on with them over the past few, he filed a restraining order against John Oates, and then John Oates tried to sell his half of the catalog, and Daryl Hall didn't know anything about it. Daryl Hall's been doing Live from Daryl's House for 15 years now. And that's pretty popular. We've had John Oates on this show. I've never talked to Daryl Hall, but we've had John Oates on this show a couple of times. So they finally put a thing out, said that we are done as a unit. There will be no more Hall and Oates. The acrimony was just too much. They've been embroiled in legal issues over the past few years because John Oates wanted to sell his half of the company that they own together, which is called Whole Oats Enterprises. They should have called it Hauling Oats, but they didn't do that. So they own, the two of them own all the trademarks and the likenesses, everything you need to own if you're two people who've made a lot of music together. Are they in the Hall of Fame? They have to be, right?
No.
Hall & Oates Rock Hall of Fame. They were inducted on September 2 in 2016. Wait, no. 2014, they were inducted in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I don't recall that.
I don't either.
Yeah. Must not have been here in Cleveland.
But good for them.
Yeah, they said, listen, people change, and there was no way that the two of them could come back from the difficulties after. Listen, you file a restraining order on your buddy, and I don't know if you're going to come back from that. But they had this arrangement. They were always fighting. Daryl Hall couldn't play his solo songs when the two of them would go out. They hadn't done anything new in a long time, but every once in a while they would go out. But he said, creatively, we haven't written music in a quarter century. So Hall & Oates, I don't know why they felt compelled to let everybody know. Maybe they were just getting asked too much, and they wanted to put something out there. Hey, we're done. So Hall & Oates. Tell your parents. They're going to be very upset. But Bill's right. Yacht rock season.
It's coming up.
It's underway, kind of. I mean, it has been warm.
It has been warm, but the
You
pool,
know, it's going to be 70 tomorrow and Wednesday.
once the pool opens, that's when the fun
Is that
really
Memorial Day?
begins.
When is the pool open?
Yeah,
at
Memorial
Squifle
Day
Tower?
weekend.
Yeah. All right. Well, Hall & Oates are both in their late 70s. So they've been doing what they do for a long, long time. And why not? Speaking of, let me play these for you. Talking about AI girlfriends. There's a guy who clearly is gunning for Mary to be his girlfriend.
One guy hates me. One guy wants to date me. What's going on here? You guys are throwing a lot at me.
Ain't that just life?
You guys are throwing a lot at me.
Well, Albert doesn't hate you. He loves you. But
He
his
used to
call,
love
he
me.
said you were been really pissing him off. And he felt compelled to let you know.
Yes.
And this is a free exchange of ideas around this place. So that's what we want. And so you're on record, Albert. I got a letter from Ray, who made 2 AI songs about our own Mary Santora. Ray and Rocky River. One of them is called Ray and Mary Santora. And the other one is called Sea Breeze Serenade. So you tell me which one you want to hear first.
Sea Breeze Serenade.
Sea Breeze Serenade it is. Oh, by the way, this is largely hinging on you as being a fish detective.
Ah, okay. I thought it said with feet so fine.
Oh, yes, because you sell pictures of your feet.
Yeah. Okay.
Santora, with feet so fine, she's a fish detective. Solving crime, taking a bite out of the underworld sea. Her fins glittering, she's the queen of the reef. In her underwater.
The Queen of the Reef.
I am the queen of the reef.
I believe that's referred to as a queef when you put them together, yes?
No.
Isn't that the portmanteau of the
Arene.
Queen of the Reef?
The queen of the reef. In her underwater world, she's got the moves, searching for clues beneath the ocean blues. With every step she leaves a trail of grace. Mary Santora, with a smile on her face. Dive into the rhythm, let the waves carry you away. With Mary's feet dancing. One more could you say? She's a fish detective, fearless and bold.
Yeah.
Taking a bite out of crime.
Yeah. Bringing justice untold. Oh, I love it.
Take a bite out.
Take a bite out of crime. She's a fish detective. What do you want from her? Well, there you go. There's your Sea Breeze Serenade. I know when you think Mary, you think Grace, too, right? That's in there.
I'm probably the most graceful person
Uh-huh.
you've ever met.
Yeah.
What's
With
that
every
rating?
step, she leaves a trail of grace. So Sea Breeze Serenade, and then he wrote a song called Ray and Mary Santora. And this musically might be more to your liking.
Town called Cleveland, where love was sincere. There lived a man named Ray, with hope and a tear. He fell for Mary Santora, the fish detective so fine. Worshipped her footprints every night, wished she was his Valentine. But Mary went up to New York chasing her dream, leaving Ray behind in a heartbroken extreme. He longed for her laughter, her smile and her charm. Every day without her caused his heart great harm. Oh, Ray, why'd you let her slip away? Your love
Should be playing this for Brian.
won't fade.
He's got competition.
What made Cleveland's waiting for her to return? Don't give up, Ray, for your love she'll yearn.
For your love, she'll yearn. I love the passive voice in the song there. Yeah.
It's written to Ray.
Yep.
New York City.
Yeah, that's right. Well, there you go. So put Brian on notice. He's got competition.
Doesn't move the needle. I'm sorry. I appreciate the
maximum
effort.
Brian's not writing you AI love songs.
It is true.
Yeah.
It is true.
Ray is.
Yeah. It is.
This is a guy who will drive to New York and stand outside your window. So you hear them garbage bins rattling around.
It's not a homeless.
Not a homeless. You take a look at it. It might be. Might be Ray. Josh in St. Louis. Hello.
Hey, Alan. How's it going?
Hello. Schenectady, New York. You're on. What's going on?
Oh, not much. I just wanted to get a clarification from you on something you said. Okay?
Oh, please ask.
So earlier you said that you couldn't listen to Tony Hinchcliffe and whatever the other guy's name is because they were using words that you don't like, and you're like, it's just not my bag. I don't want to listen to it. Talking about the Brady roast, right?
Yeah, Andrew Schultz. Yeah, not so much words. It's just I'm not into their. I'm not. They don't. I don't vibe with like their style.
Yeah, but you used words that they had used as an example of why you didn't like it.
Yeah.
So my question is, that has been disturbing me for days, is your willingness to give a pass to college students that were chanting death to Israel and death to Zionism. And I'm like,
what do you mean give a pass?
Well, because when all that stuff had come out about the college campuses, you have to know, if you've watched any videos, they're chanting death to Zion, death to Israel.
Josh, I already covered this. I did a whole segment on this last week.
Yeah, I know. I know. That's what I'm talking about.
Well, so how did I give them a pass?
Because you were like, they're college kids, and in college, that's where you're learning, you know.
Well, that wasn't giving them a pass. You're citing a specific example. I said that it's disingenuous for people to tell college kids that they're being immature.
That's disingenuous to tell people that are saying they want genocide for an entire people. You got to remember, Alan.
Well, Josh, you're citing a specific example. I'm talking about the broad strokes of people saying that you're immature when your brain is still trying to figure things out, right? We're not talking. There are plenty of grown adults, by the way, who are saying death to Jews and death to Israel and that kind of stuff.
Right.
That's a completely different situation. I didn't say you got to give these kids a pass for what they're saying. I wasn't quoting anybody on either side. I said that it's a hell of a lot more nuanced than people are giving it credit for.
I noticed that.
Well, so you wanted me to say something. You wanted me to say something that you specifically wanted me to say.
No. I don't want you to say anything one way or another.
Well, but Josh, the point of this call is you're calling me out for not saying something. So you do care what I said.
No. Yeah, because you're telling everybody that college kids, they're just kids. They're not kids, though. They're usually 19 to 27 years old. And
I don't know any college kids that are 27 years old. Josh, what I was saying, if you remember what I said, is I said that kids in college are still figuring things out, and these universities got to figure that out. Now, today, Hamas goes, we'll take it for what it's worth, but Hamas goes, okay, we're ready to honor this ceasefire, right? So all these college kids are going to have to figure out what's next. Are they protesting because that's the fun thing to do? If you remember what I said that these kids really, really need to dig more into history. That a lot of kids in college have no idea what they're talking about in any kind of historical or geopolitical context, but that never stops them from taking a stand. And that's part of that bigger picture there. Whatever side you're coming down on.
Alan?
I'm sorry?
Alan, that's silly, because that's like saying that college kids that would chant death to black people or death to Hispanic people, they're just college kids. They got to figure it out. That's terrible.
There are kids in college who chant that stuff. I don't understand the notion that anybody, but Josh, no one's giving anybody a pass who calls for violence or death to any. I don't understand the notion that people are giving. You're clearly upset at what I didn't say, but you just said that you don't care what I said.
I just find it interesting that you got upset about some words on a comedy roast, but
how are the two connected?
He didn't say he was upset about it.
I wasn't upset. I said that I don't vibe with those comedians. By the way, those words that you're talking about, Josh, those comedians are using that I don't vibe with them, right?
Right.
You're equating two comedians using retard and fag, to quote them. You're equating that with genocide?
Right. I think genocide is much worse.
But you're equating the two. You said you're confused by the fact that I don't care for these particular comedians, but then people are...
Yes, because they're all offensive. They're all offensive to say.
Well, that's a sliding scale, Josh.
You think so? I think the scale is much heavier on the side where it's telling people that we should kill all Jews.
Well, yes, but if you're but you can't.
In a comedy skit.
Right, but Josh, but you're equating them. You're saying you couldn't figure out why I was turned off by one set, but that I neglect. First of all, you're getting upset at something. You're not getting upset at something I said. You're getting upset at something I didn't say, which is a real strange thing to have to defend against. I'm not giving anyone a pass who suggests that any group of people should be, taken off the planet. That's different than using words that I don't vibe with.
Yeah, one is way worse and should have been addressed more than the comedians. Like, who cares? They're just words in a comedy skit. But groups of people saying death to an entire nation of people, that's terrible. And you
I agree.
Over it like it wasn't there.
Yeah, but Josh, but you're getting upset. But Josh, you're getting upset at something I didn't say.
Bro, you know what you're doing.
He's saying
you said the
he's
Weather
upset.
Underground.
He's not upset at something you didn't say. He's like, it's weird for you to say that Andrew Schultz and Tony Hinchcliffe aren't your vibe, but that you love civil unrest.
I do love civil unrest.
That's kind of hypocritical.
No, it's not, because genocide and civil unrest are two different things, Josh. You do understand that.
Well, but Alan, you also said the Weather Underground was just a protest group. The Weather Underground was a terrorist organization.
Josh, do you remember what I said about the Weather Underground?
Yeah, you said they were a protest group.
They were bombing buildings, Josh. The bombing buildings.
You said they were a protest group.
You got to listen to what I say.
They were a protest group. I did listen. You did say that, but you didn't say they were a terrorist group, which is what they are labeled by the government. You just said they were a protest group, and you kind of laughed.
That was bombing buildings, Josh.
Yeah. Yeah, but you didn't.
Okay. Thank you, Josh. Thank you. I don't know how to defend against you getting mad at something I didn't say.
I'm not mad. I'm just noticing the.
You keep telling me you don't care, but you clearly called me from St. Louis, Josh, because you care. So you can't tell me you don't care.
Well, yeah, I listen to the show every day.
Yes.
And I wanted a clarification because I'm like, man.
You want to? So you want? I don't understand what you want me to clarify.
Do you think saying that death to Israel is a bad thing?
I think saying death to anyone is a bad thing, Josh.
That's not what I asked. Do you think?
Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Included in that, the rubric of anyone calling for death to anyone else is a bad thing. Josh, I just said it.
I tell you what.
I just said it.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
You didn't say
ask me the question again. Ask me the question again.
I asked, is chanting death to Israel a bad thing?
Yes. Are you happy? Chanting death to anyone. Josh, there's nothing that's going to make you happy. I understand that. Because you're getting mad at stuff I didn't say.
Death to this phone call.
I'm not even mad. I'm not
Josh.
Mad. I just find
you just spent 10 minutes with me. Don't try to convince me you're not mad. Of course you are. You just spent 10 minutes with me.
I'll tell you what. I was at a Purim festival a few weeks ago with the Orthodox Jews because I'm a contractor for them. And while we were there, people were driving past yelling death to Israel, death to Zion outside of these people's house.
Yeah,
but
bad.
They were adults. So I guess if they were college kids, it would have been like, they're just trying to figure it out.
So you're putting words in my mouth, Josh.
I don't think so. Stevie and I were both
unhappy with.
Blown away.
So you're unhappy with what I
Blown
didn't
away.
say, and you're going to put words in my mouth.
No, we were just blown away by what you said.
Because if you're going to speak for me, Josh, you didn't need to call me at all.
No, I want to call you and talk to you.
But you don't.
By the
You
way,
got your mind
Bill,
made up, Josh.
Your hair looks great.
You already got your mind made up. You don't want to talk to me.
I think. No, I like talking to you, but I feel like a lot of anti-Semitism, not from you, but like you ignore the anti-Semitism and act like it's not a big deal. And
I don't know how
you.
I don't know how you inferred that from what I did say, Josh. You're coloring your own opinion. You're coloring my words with your opinions, which I wouldn't do to you.
It was like a 10-minute thing.
I wouldn't do to you.
Like a 10-minute thing.
Okay, thank you, Josh. I got to move on, okay?
All right, buddy. Have a
All
good
right.
one.
There's Josh in St. Louis who's mad at something I didn't say, which is pretty novel. I get a lot of people unhappy with the things I do say. He's mad at something I didn't say. And then when he asked me the question and I answered unequivocally, he still wasn't happy. So I'm not quite sure. He's obviously coloring. He's putting words in my mouth. So I don't know what to tell you. Thank you, Josh. But with this Hamas ceasefire thing, it's all going to get fixed, right?
Woo-hoo. We did it.
We did it.
Protest word.
There you go. Congratulations.
Shared that thing on my story, and now there's a ceasefire. You're welcome.
What thing?
I
The
don't know.
frog and the red button?
Nah, it's just like, the people that they're the social media activists.
Ah, it all got fixed.
It all got fixed.
Unfortunately, everybody putting blue and yellow flags a couple of years ago on their social media didn't fix the Russia-Ukraine thing.
Just wait. It takes time.
Well, if there's anything that moves slowly, it's social media.
And just, we're going to get Coney, too.
Uh-huh.
Believe you me.
Hey. All right, I got a break here. You want to send a text 35192 for that. I'll have $1,000 for you coming up at 5:30. That's your last chance today to grab the $1,000 from the Buzzard bookie. And if you want to go see Cage the Elephant, they're on tour coming to Cleveland. That show's going to be at Blossom beginning of September, and I'll have tickets for you after the break.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell me to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Turning partly cloudy tonight down to 53. Tomorrow, partly sunny. Chance of showers and thunderstorms in the evening. High tomorrow, 78. Sunny Wednesday, high 77.
This report is sponsored by Central Exterminating.
Hey, it's Carmen Angelo, and guess what? It's that time of year. Those pesky ants we see annually have reared their ugly heads. Want to get rid of them at your home or business? Call my friends at Central Exterminating. Your solution, one phone call away at 800-554-1422 or visit centralexterminating.com.
Hey there, it's Alan for Northeast Factory Direct. Listen, man, getting back out on the deck on the patio. It's that time of year. It's going to be in the 70s, upper 60s this week, right? But the weekends coming up are looking nice. And if you're hauling janky patio and deck furniture out, you don't want that. You want to come home after a long day at work, or if you have an uneventful weekend, maybe you just want to sit back there and kick it. You can get any manner of brand new outdoor furniture from Northeast Factory Direct. A ton of it in stock. You can get it right away. You're not going to be waiting around for it. So whether you want a new outdoor sectional or dining sets, want to have people over for when you're grilling dinner, fire pits and loungers, and all of it, you're going to find it at Northeast Factory Direct. And, of course, you'll pay less than you would anywhere else. They also have hot tubs, too. Maybe you're all set up with the other stuff. Ton of hot tubs in stock. Any questions you've got, they're happily there to answer for you. There's 4 locations throughout Northeast Ohio. You want to find a Northeast Factory Direct near you, find the closest one, or just do a little shopping online. Go to northeastfactorydirect.com.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals,
AC/DC, Metallica, Led Zeppelin, Guns N' Roses, and more. Just open the free iHeartRadio app and search Classic Hard Rock. iHeartRadio. Free never sounded so good.
All right, I'm going to go see Cage the Elephant. They're going out on the Neon Pill Tour with special guests Young the Giant and Bakar. Monday, September 9th. It's going to happen out at Blossom. Tickets, info, everything else, you can go to livenation.com for that. Bakar 10, and I'll give you this pair. First pair this week for Cage the Elephant. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Sure, you could listen to another show, but then how would you find the puppies we've buried in boxes around the city? 100.7 WMMS.
About 8 or 9 minutes away, and that last $1,000 of the day for you, courtesy of the Buzzard Bookie. Listen for that, and we'll start it up all over again tomorrow morning. I think the last hour of Rover's show is when we do the first one, but you got about a baker's dozen every day of those keywords, so just listen to them closely because somebody's got to win, and it might be you. The Guardians will start up tonight, first of 3. They got Detroit in town, 6:10, first pitch against the Tigers. So we'll get out of here a couple of minutes early, make room for that. They'll play them again at 6:10 tomorrow, and then an afternooner on Wednesday before they go to Chicago for a 4-game series against the White Sox. That'll probably be a sweep. And then Cavs basketball at the Romo Fijo on Saturday, but the first 2 games getting played in Boston tomorrow and Thursday. I will have Game 3 playoff tickets for you. Later in the week, I'll have details on how you can win those. They said they're going to spend $1 million over at the Romo Fijo to coat the glass in something that will prevent bird collisions.
Oh.
So local birders, we were talking about this a while ago. There was another building like 5 or 6 months ago we were talking about they were trying to get there's like groups that like rescue pigeons that hit buildings or something. Weren't we talking about that? A little bit further east here, but still downtown. Romo Fijo has, since the renovations over there, been one of the most lethal buildings downtown for birds. They've had a lot of birds smacking into that building. See, being on the first floor here at 668 Euclid when we were in the street side studio, we never had a bird hit the window, I don't think.
No, because it's pretty low, and like there's an overhang
it's street level.
and
It's
stuff.
too yeah.
So that I don't think it, and I think the glare helps a lot, so it doesn't look as open as other places.
Remember when I first got into radio, my first job, when I was an intern. The radio station was in the John Hancock building there in Chicago, right on the lake, and we were our station and offices were on the 37th floor. And birds were constantly smacking into those windows. Floor-to-ceiling windows there in the Hancock building. So all of the offices, it was nothing but glass. The studios themselves were kind of like in this inner ring. But the perimeter were offices. And my intern desk or whatever was, and the windows that have a tint to them, but when they're that tall and you're right next to the lake, birds were constantly smacking into those windows. And after a while, it just became like a cricket in the country or a car alarm in the city. It just became noise after. You didn't even notice it. Thump, thump, thump.
Just happens.
It just happens. And these birds would, here in Cleveland.
What's the spray that they put on it, or what the coating that makes it so birds don't run into it?
A bird protective film. I don't know. It is
Makes it less shiny?
Yeah, something like that. Probably.
I like it shiny.
Well, just when, I don't know.
I want it shiny.
They're going to pay $845,975 to wrap the Romo Fijo in something called Bird Divert, which is a thin film that acts as a caution light to birds while remaining relatively invisible to the human eye. So we won't really know, but it will save a lot of birds.
Oh, good.
bird to divert. Bird to divert.
No, Brian, don't. I have to think. I have to think that this has less to do with taking care of the birds and more to do with not having to constantly wipe down the Romo Fijo. Window washing or whatever, you know. So they've been looking for a way to do this for a while. And it's a huge win for local bird advocacy groups. I think that's what we were talking about a while back. And again, you know, here in Cleveland, if a bird, for instance, hits the second or third floor of a building and plummets to the ground, there are these groups that can come by, scoop them up, and conceivably nurse them back to health. If you're on the 37th floor of a building, nothing you can do. And here's what would happen too. The building that we were in, we were on the 37th floor, but our side in particular was situated above the parking ramp, which was a spiral. And so the birds on our side would hit the window and fall straight down. There'd be some degree of bouncing sometimes. But there were no balconies or anything. It was a sleek building. I think people are familiar with the John Hancock building in Chicago. And the birds, when they would fall, would primarily fall straight down onto the parking garage ramp. And so then when people would pull out and onto the ramp, they would drive over those birds. So even if one of those seagulls or pigeons had managed to not die just from the impact of hitting the windows and then fell to the ground, you have to think, oh, maybe there was a situation in which this bird could have crawled away. Can birds crawl away? I mean, but when the cars going in and coming out of those ramps, that was pretty much the end. If the impact didn't kill them, being run over by cars would take care of it. But then the facilities crew at the building would have to hose down the ramp. So they were constantly cleaning up birds. But the Ohio Bird Conservation Initiative, or OBC, said that you can, on a busy day, you can stand there on Huron downtown and watch as birds fall all around you. So they're very happy about it. But you might have seen these lights out people downtown. If you spend any amount of time either working or recreating downtown, you see them and they've got these, workman vests, the reflective yellow day glow vests, and they're out there, scooping up warblers or something, whatever manner of birds are down here. So it's good news for them. Roughly 2 billion birds collide with buildings in America every year. I don't know how they possibly have that data.
That's a lot.
How do you know how many birds collide with buildings every year? Because the only evidence you have is either some schmutz on the glass or a bird corpse on the ground below. Birds are blinded mid-flight.
Mary, you're a math person.
Ready.
2 billion birds.
Mm-hmm.
How often would a bird be crashing into a building every, second?
It's 2 billion per year?
Yeah.
Between 1.7 billion and 2 billion birds collide with buildings in America every year.
So how should what's the middle ground of that? We'll say 1.8 million?
I think just
take
make
it at 2.
Make it 2 billion.
Round it up.
Just for the easiness of it.
Billion divided by 365 days is 5,479,452 per day. Is that what you were asking?
I want to know how many
nationwide.
Every second. I want to know how.
Okay, so by day, and then divide that by 24 per hour, and then divide that by 60 minutes per hour. 3,805 every minute.
Okay.
That's nationwide.
That's across the country.
I could see that. I mean, yeah, okay.
All right.
But again, I don't know how they arrive at any number.
All right, now we get the song, the sad song, and the commercial. And you go, every minute,
3,805 birds collide with a
into
window.
a building.
Mm-hmm. No, not that one.
Hi, I'm Bill Squire.
Oh, I thought you were going to launch into it.
I'm going to.
Yeah.
I'm just letting it get to my. I gotta let the song do its thing.
Don't pass it by.
You know whose life's been passing them by? Birds. Every minute, 3,805 birds fly into a building. That's 2 billion birds a year. Just in America, there's buildings all over the world and birds all over the world. So that means roughly 1 trillion birds are dying because of all of our buildings. Good news is birds aren't real. So, really nothing to worry about here.
All those drone parts that they're picking up, pretending to be birds, that means that these bird recovery units, they're all government undercover people. I wonder where they're wearing those reflective yellow vests. No one would suspect.
They just need to update their birds, their bird drones.
Yeah. Yeah. Newest version.
Avoid buildings.
Upgrade. I got money here for you. $1,000 from the Buzzard Bookie. Place your bets. This is your last chance to win today before we fire it back up tomorrow. So listen closely and good luck.
This is your chance to bet with the Buzzard Bookie and win $1,000 now. Enter this nationwide keyword at WMMS.com. Bills. That's Bills. Enter it now at WMMS.com.
We actually have audio of a bird that crashed into Romo Fijo.
911 emergency.
Help me, please. I crashed my flying machine.
Wow.
It's pretty accurate.
Those birds are really...
Birds, they can talk. Some of them. It's a parrot.
Right. Wow. I mean, I put the word out this last break to see if any of our listeners wanted to come help and retrieve birds.
But I'll come. How about that?
How about that? After Hours line, that's always available to you. Come in on a Monday morning, always have a lot of voicemails from the weekend. 216-986-8903.
All right, you son of a bitch. It's Mike and Akron again. I know you didn't crack over that last voicemail. I just know it. So here's the thing. I'm going to need you to crack. I need Bill to get that $1,000. I need Mary to maybe get that $1,000. But I need that $1,000, sir. So I just need you to crack one time, and I won't tell anyone else. I swear. Okay, love you. Hate the show.
Oh,
Bye.
okay. Yeah, I see. He called before. He's trying to get me to
do what?
He's trying to get me to mention something that I said I wouldn't mention anymore.
What are you gonna? What was
I
that
don't
thing?
remember. You'd want to consult him.
I think you know. What
You
it
should
is.
call. You know
I
what you
think
should do is you should call Josh in St. Louis back, and he'll tell you what I didn't say. He's an expert on what I haven't said. Hit him up. He's a pretty good source.
He just thinks it's interesting.
Well,
that
he's
you
out
didn't
there in
say
the show
that.
me state. You can't blame him. Great state of Missouri.
I was just there. Not in St. Louis.
Lake of
Kansas
the
City.
Ozarks?
Kansas City.
Oh.
Been to Lake of the Ozarks.
Did you get some barbecue? You know they're known for their barbecue.
I didn't get any barbecue. I didn't get any barbecue when I was in Nashville either. I didn't get. That's the thing. Nashville was so full of people going to see Morgan Wallen that everything was just nuts. So I didn't really go do too many touristy things. I saw the Parthenon, but on Saturday we weren't trying to go downtown or anything because people were. I mean, Thursday was crazy. Friday was crazy. But Saturday, that's when, like, people were partying all day long. So everything was just flooded with Morgan Wallen fans.
Right.
Chad had a great joke about it. He's like, Morgan Wallen sold out 3 shows at the football stadium. Your football team hasn't even done that.
Yeah, well. Irma Gerd, it's bird divert. Somebody said.
Irma Gerd, they killed my bird divert.
Birder diverter reminded me of dirt or murder on SNL. Murder my dirter.
Yeah, I'm gonna murder whoever murdered my dirter.
Owen, I don't know who did your dirter's murder, all right?
Might I be of some help? I'm Father Dover.
Oh, God, this was the Elon Musk episode, right? When they were...
Oh, okay, so he did it. He is the dirter murderer.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. When they did the Mayor of Easttown, where they all had those thick Philly accents. They murdered my dirter. Alan, birds see more color than we do. They're using that principle so the birds can see the building. Yeah, well, I assume that was the underlying fix there, yeah. 5.5 million per day. So, yeah, they should just upgrade all of that bird drone software.
Mm-hmm.
Birds were designed in the 50s. Buildings weren't as high then. Well, that's a good point, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, and for many years here in Cleveland.
And shiny.
still
They were a
weren't that
lot.
high.
They were a lot brickier back then, and
More
stone.
stone.
Yeah, more stone.
Yeah. Birder diverter. Yeah, so, yeah. Well, good for them. They're making some big changes down there. Oh, God. I got to go to break here in a minute, but I do like the story about the woman. This was a superintendent who was just fired in California. It was in the LA Times because she privately started investigating students who didn't applaud enough for her daughter. No applauders for her daughter. San Diego school superintendent got fired. A woman named Marion Phelps. They voted unanimously to dismiss her as the school superintendent. She oversaw the 35,000 student Poway Unified School District, or PUSD. Last year, students alleged that she threatened to ban them from graduation because they didn't applaud her daughter enough. And so they did an investigation. She bullied and harassed members of the softball team at Del Norte High School in San Diego during an after-season team banquet. Her daughter was named team MVP that evening, and her mom didn't think that her teammates applauded adequately. And so she launched a secret investigation and threatened to keep seniors from graduating and participating in their graduation ceremonies. Oh, God. Again,
And this will help her daughter get even more popular.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I am always fascinated by people who are in some kind of public office, whether it's like chief of police or school, whatever it is, in superintendents. People who have, where's all this free time coming from?
Super Nintendo Chalmers would never do
Super
anything like that.
Nintendo Chalmers absolutely wouldn't. I just don't know where these people have all this free time. It sounds like a pretty intense job. School superintendent? I would think you'd have a lot of things to do. Maybe you have a lot of underlings, right? Maybe you delegate things to people. I'm sure you do. There's a hierarchy and anything like that, but still. So, yeah, she apparently some people started to figure out what was going on, and students started complaining. And senior shortstop Miranda Mosqueda, one of her daughter's teammates, said the banquet was great. But then their teammate's mom made life hell for the girls on the team, threatening to bar them from their own graduation unless they told her that they deliberately didn't clap for her daughter. She said no one realized that anybody didn't get enough claps. It's the Jeb Bush approach to being school superintendent, I guess. Yeah, so they took a thing, vote, and they fired her because they said it's a violation of First Amendment rights. Applause is considered free speech,
right?
And you can't dictate how much or little people applaud. How do you clap?
I'm a good clapper.
Are you? I think I am too.
Yeah, that's a pretty good clap.
I put how do you do it?
I've got, if I'm just clapping,
Yep.
my tops of my right fingers are on my left palm.
Same.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
that's
Right fingers in left palm. I see these people when I did the Alan
Try
Ruck.
to do it the opposite way. Try to put your left fingers. That's the worst thing.
It's like whacking off with the other hand.
That's a little Hinge Cliffy feeling.
Or like if some people do like the full clasp.
That's what I was seeing on Friday night.
Yeah.
This thing with Ellen Ruck. I'm just out there, and again, it wasn't filled to the rafters. It was the floor and the bar area was full, right, at the Agora. But we had house lights up, and so I'm watching people clap, and people that will do like 2 hands cupped, just bashing them into each other. I'm like, wow.
It feels like aggressive.
People have different. I mean,
I like a nice
mark it down. People have different ways of clapping, but
hands and palms for me. Like just
I think so.
right hand,
Tip
left
to
palm.
palm.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem difficult, but some people really seem to go out of their way to.
I like to interlace my fingers and then just move my palms together.
Like a seal who's stuck.
What's your go-to if you have something in your hand? Are you a thigh slapper or do you do like arm of a chair?
Something in my hand?
Yeah.
I
If
don't
you're clapping,
clap. I mean, well,
if you have something in your
I
hand,
just wouldn't clap.
you just want to clap. You're not going to try and do like a
palm
just a-
against fist.
I just go leg slap usually.
You slap the leg. A literal knee slapper.
A thigh slap. Because I still want to purchase, like, say you're having a beer while you're watching the Cavs win.
Yeah.
You want to clap. Got to do a little thigh slap.
You don't just splash the beer all over. You're splashing beer all over. Woo-hoo.
Yeah, don't sit next to Bill. He splashes beer when he's clapping.
Cavs are killing it. How do you know? Bill's all wet.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah. I got to take a break. We're going to get out in a minute. We'll come back here, but 6:10 is your first pitch. Guardians start up again tonight, right around the corner against the Detroit Tigers here on the Buzzard.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio
and allowing me to spend this time with you. I hope I can turn you on.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Getting out of here in a few. Your Guardians baseball starts at 6:10. First pitch against the Detroit Tigers. First to 3. 6:10 tonight and tomorrow. They will end the series on Wednesday with a The Businessman special at 1:10. So Guardians baseball tonight on WMMS. I will have Cavs Round 2 playoff tickets for you later in the week. They will come back home to play the Celtics on Saturday. Games 1 and 2 are tomorrow and Thursday, respectively. They're in Boston, the TD Arena, but the Cavs will be back on Saturday. When is game 4? Is it Saturday?
Game 4 is Monday.
Saturday and Monday.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's how that's lining up. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, wherever you are, let me know where you do that. Phil listens in Valencia, California. Randy is at Luke Air Force Base in Arizona.
Also, if anybody wants to give me Game 3 tickets, I'll take them.
You can get them from us?
Can I?
I don't know. I would ask.
Oh, let me see.
I mean, we're giving some away, but I don't know how many we're giving away. Lisa in Berea, parentheses, hey, Mary, on the text. Do you know Lisa in Berea, or is she just shouting out Berea?
I know 2 different Lisas in Berea, but I don't know if it's either of those.
Gotcha. Regarding the bird talk, wouldn't the fact that so many birds die because of buildings make buildings the main predator of birds and not cats? Well, I think a predator implies an active thing, right?
Yeah, birds aren't hunting birds.
Buildings aren't hunting birds.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
That'd be wild.
Not that we know of.
Yeah.
Buildings are sentient and they're killing birds.
Lisa in Tennessee says, tell Bill Nashville is always packed. Doesn't matter if it's 10A or 10P.
Okay. Well, and that's
when
why
were you talking about?
I mean, it was just but I feel like it was extra packed just because of
the Bill Squire show.
No, because of Morgan Wallen.
Bonnie is.
I'm actually coming around to. He's actually.
Oh, really?
No.
Boy, you had me.
Right.
Yeah. Mary didn't buy it for a second. Hey, listen, people can change their minds about art. What do I know? You might have heard a song that really got you right between.
No,
the
I didn't
ribs.
even hear any country songs while I was in Nashville because I didn't really go anywhere that was going to be playing them.
It wasn't just in the air?
No.
Like weed smoke in downtown Cleveland?
Because where Zany's is, it's kind of on an island by itself. Like there's a few like coffee shops, but it's not like a bar district. And we didn't go out because the show, by the time we were done with the shows and like had like decompressed after the show, it was like 12:30 each night. So like I wasn't going to try and pop into a bar that late.
And you're like south of downtown Nashville.
Yeah. So didn't get to, I want to go back to Nashville and actually experience some live music and go and hang out. But this wasn't, it's tough to do that when you're on the road. Like, because the shows do take up quite a bit of time.
Yeah. Well, I got another, I think it's, I got another one of these emails, guys. And so I think,
Rich?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yep. I heard from Mrs. Lisa Troutman in St. Louis, Missouri. And she's ready to give me all of her largesse. And I'm very excited. So
I love a large ass.
I want to say to everybody, it's been fun. She's 79 years old. I'm a sick woman who has decided to donate what I have to charity through you. You may be wondering why I chose you, but someone has to be chosen. Well, that'll make you feel good. No reason. Completely random. I'm 79 years old, diagnosed with cancer about 2 years ago. I inherited $10.5 million from her late husband.
Bro, this is amazing.
This is the best news you've ever
The money has been deposited with a bank in my name, and we'll give you my all if you're willing to help. See, that's
Dude,
where
you're getting her all.
Yeah, I'm getting her all.
Is exactly how people talk.
I know. So thank you, Mrs. Lisa Troutman. Boy, you don't meet a lot of 80-year-old Lisas. But thank you. So I promise it won't change me. when I become crazy rich with this woman's $10.5 million inheritance.
Just
I
don't
don't think
leave it to your kids.
Yeah, by the way, I don't think you call it an inheritance if you got it from your husband, by the way, when he died. I was reading that there are only 3 states in the union now that do not have billionaires in them.
Oh, let's guess.
Yep.
All right. I'm going to guess.
3 states in the union that don't have billionaires.
There are only
in
3
them.
states that don't have a billionaire in it.
West Virginia.
No. Oh.
Well, I wouldn't have guessed West Virginia because their former governor was a billionaire. This guy, Jim Justice, who made all of his money in coal or mining or something, but I guess he's been downgraded to like only $800 million or something. But
Loser.
West Virginia is one of them.
Okay,
It's
Mary,
going
your
to be
turn.
one of the small ones.
One of them is. One of them's huge.
One of them is going to be like Connecticut. No, there's a lot of billionaires in Connecticut. Delaware. What are
I'm
the,
gonna
what
go
are the other little ones?
Oh, Delaware.
Delaware.
That's
Okay.
probably like per capita thing. Like
Yeah.
it's too small.
And the last one is a big one, you said?
Yep.
Is it the biggest one? Is it Alaska?
There's not enough people in Alaska to have billionaires.
Well, Ohio, you know the guy Les Wexner. He is the richest guy in Ohio. He's worth about $6 billion. He's
What
the
did
guy,
he do?
He started the Limited. He was one of Jeffrey Epstein. He was Jeffrey
Didn't-
Epstein's main
Victoria's
benefactor,
Secret
right?
too, right? Isn't he
Yeah.
involved in that?
But he
Yeah.
he tried to keep that whole Epstein thing quiet as soon as that blew up. But yeah, he was joined at the hip with that dude for a while. Jeff Bezos, of course, at the top of the heap. He lives in Florida. Of course, $194 billion there. But Alaska, Delaware, and West Virginia are the only ones that have no billionaires. But the CEO of Intuit lives in West Virginia, and he's around $900 million. So they will probably have one this time. Oh, I don't know, next week.
Yeah.
California has the most, followed by New York and Florida. 6 states saw a new #1 billionaire, and Louisiana is one of them. The guy who founded the Raising Cane's chicken chain overtook the owner of the New Orleans Saints.
Woof.
$9.1 billion.
That's a lot of chicken.
Chicken finger. I still have never had Raising Cane's.
It's
To this,
chicken.
I've just never tried it. I haven't.
Pretty good. It's not like, I don't know. There's some people that love it. It's good. It's good. Not my favorite, but it's good.
But they only have one sauce, yeah?
Yeah. I had Hattie B's while I was in Nashville.
Oh, that's good. I got a T-shirt from Hattie B's.
Hattie B's is pretty
Yeah.
good. I was pretty impressed.
Hattie B's hot chicken. Yum. Okay, we got to go. Guardians baseball. In minutes, starting up against the Detroit Tigers. What do you got coming up, William?
I'm going to be at the Winchester this Sunday. Friday, Don't Tell in Pittsburgh. The Thursday show is sold out already. And then check out the latest episode of Cleveland, America, where me, Pants, and Tommy all try and do the drink puppet machine, where you put the drink on the little. It's hard to explain. Just
Yeah, I
it's
don't
on
know
my
that.
YouTube.
Oh, okay.
But it's really fun. It's really fun, and yeah, that's on. You can go to BillSquire.com for everything else.
Mary Lynn?
Mary Santora Comedy on TikTok, Instagram, or Facebook.
All right, cool. That's it. I'm out there on your socials at Alan Cox Show. The program will be available for you in mere minutes in its entirety on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you like to listen to your podcasts. It'll be there too. Want to leave messages? You can do it on the app. There's a red talkback button for you. And you can leave voicemails if you like. After hours line 216-986-8903. Email me for anything else. If you listen out of state or in state, you want Alan Cox Show stickers or whatever, just go to AlanCoxShow.com. Hit me up there. Guardians baseball is next. Minutes away from the first pitch, right around the corner at Progressive Field against the Tigers. Talk to you guys tomorrow. Again, right around 2. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the Brady Bunch is on, and I find 4 of those children incredibly arousing. Get out of here.
Be careful of what you say. Be careful in every way. Be careful of what you do. Big Brother is watching you. Be circumspect and discreet. Stay light on your mental feet. One slip and you know you're through. Big Brother is watching you. Conform with all directives. Remember, obedience pays. And when you watch that TV screen, remember it works both ways. You'll disappear in a wink unless you can double think. You'll vanish into the blue. Big Brother is watching you.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Time began to blur, like a startling sign that fate had finally found me, and your voice was all I heard, that I guess